Yeah, it has just been a night and a day. It's been like 3, 4 times this. Oh, anyway. Um, I was hoping I'm just making everyone, but no. The universe is just not allowing it. Okay? So, I guess now it's like 45 parts. Alright? Um, Give me a second, I'm gonna try to edit this one out. And to do the settings on it without anything else going screwy or wonky. And, man, what the hell is that? We're not gonna. Happy Easter to those of y'all who have not been here throughout the evening and tonight and this morning. Nope. 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 This is the right thing. Yeah. So we're gonna finish dragging this little naughty dog. He's playing you like fools, and proofs in the other one. It's still saying it's uploading, so maybe a minute, but it'll be there. So yeah, I can go back first few minutes, even in it, and hear White Boy and his own words, and throughout all the years, even if you want to continue on through life, repeatedly tell you his buddies with JLR and crew, and the real truth and the real story behind him and his. He's not with the tragedy pimps. He's calling out shenanigans and what he really thinks and does around domestic violence survivors and fighters and all that. Proof's all there. Um, sure is. But I'm gonna finish this roundup for today with this one. Hopefully, we'll have any other meltdowns, shutdowns, any of that. And get off of the laptop. This is part of the problem, guys. It's part of the problem. Y'all gotta stop screwing my laptop. We're not gonna do that either. Oh my gosh. Well, they are. That's what they say. Anyway. And like the last ones, I'm going to, return the favor, and I'm gonna put up my hand. on this funky bastard's name in jail are no tragedy pimps. Who want to make money on all of us, and he and the rest of the world can kiss my ass. I think they've made enough on all our names. I'm gonna return the favor. So there you go. Anyway, and he really wanted to start this shit show this time while him and JLR pretend they ain't all for one for all, and all that. And yada yada, and they ain't playing y'all like fools and tragedy pimping the whole world and all that shit, and he's really domestic violence advocate. Yeah, no. And just for posterity's sake, I'm gonna get back to the live, and I don't know where that damn thing cut off yet. But I'll go back to where I think it was here in a minute. But first, we're gonna do a revisit and refresher course of the first to the last stream. And that includes, let me see, I have to do it this way. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Okay. This is it.
General gives you a break to keep you covered.
Yeah, whether it's on your car insurance
or taking a break from being the auto tune guy.
Hey, what's up with it? All right, man.
This is him pulling up live to Brian Laundrie. This case, or the house, or whatever. Yep.
Putting the address in here.
Turn right onto Diplomat Parkway East.
I was wrong about.
Continue on Diplomat Parkway East for 3 miles.
I was wrong about the amount of time it was, man. It's pretty far. It's like an hour. It's like an hour away, but we'll go live. We're still gonna go live.
16, please. Then turn right onto Diplomat Parkway East. In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Northeast 14.
I go over it by Tucker's. I didn't put it on.
I don't know. Yeah, man, it's about an hour from the house, man. I thought it was about 30 minutes, so it said that at least. Whatever day I said I was going to go out here and go live, it actually said 50 minutes or something like that, so I had to get gas. Just want to give one shout out to Mr. Biden. You have the gas way too high, dude. You know, people are struggling out here, dude. You got to lower it, man. I don't understand why there's a war on gas, war on energy. That makes absolute no sense. We just had somebody in here who put America first and made sure the gas was cheap. But I mean, hey,
like I said last live stream, this didn't age well.
I guess it's easy to point fingers and call people racist rather than appreciate somebody who has everyday living just cheaper for us. I don't know. I'm just a dumb bigot, so what would I know? But I mean, shout out to Biden for absolutely nothing. All right, look.
And for y'all who want to go back far enough, you can also see when it's popular and whatever, and he really wanted to not be seen as a racist, he swore up down, he voted for Obama. Until he realized most of the demographic around here actually likes Trump, and he can use the same propaganda, much like the rest of these creators. And I kid you not, you know how many in the back area away from y'all or whatever admit to taking y'all like that and using that tactic, or hating fucking Trump with a dying passion, but out in public knowing it, y'all like that, so they pretend they're Trump supporters. Do you know how many? Most of them.
You want to say a couple things on this, man. I might probably continually repeat these couple things as this live goes. It's going to be a longer live stream, man. I can't see the comments right now. Shout out to Mrs. Whitey. She'll help me out with the comments.
Shout out to Mrs. Whitey. But no, he's not racist. He's not a bigot. He's not whatever. So he's not a xenophobic or, homophobic. No. We're all just crazy around here, you know?
But, man.
Obviously, there's like 9 hours of that in the last live stream. I had to catch up. I'm not gonna redo everything. I wish there was some way they could just glue these together. Is there? I wish there was. I don't know. I'm not a fucking creator.
This ain't. I hate. Well, let me say it like this. It sucks that for the family of this lady, Gabby Patino, it sucks for her family. Much prayers to her family, man. I don't want people to think I'm trying to get clout off somebody that died, or
And let's all make it clear, for years he ain't shut up. His go-to for everything is Petito, 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 Petito. If he's targeting you, harassing you like he does me, etc., it's always that he'll introduce Petito's name or whatever somehow. Use that. Yeah, it's his thing. Okay? He's still trying to do clout and clicks and his claim to fame on Petito losing her life at the hands of a domestic violence piece of shit. And a monster. And, well, here in just a second, he's going to tell you, prayers to her family, that lady, an adult lady. But, wait for it.
anything like that, man. Nothing like that. And another thing is, I don't know what I'm going to do when I get out here. Some part of me wants to. I've been following this case a lot, and the dude Brian was just seen. Okay.
It was obviously not true. None of it was true. It was part of the shit put out by, like, Jensen and the McDonoughs and the Bennies and the Axler. All the shit going on. The whole nomadic trek bullshit and all the tragedy pimp group working together. But here he was driving there, he didn't know what he was going to do. But he was going there with JLR, but arrest, whatever, Nah, he was just going to go there.
Over here where we're going. I'm going to the dude's house. Like right to the house. We're going to pull up. Y'all got to tell me what we're going to do if we see him. But, look, what do we do? What do we say? But
yeah, he's going to pull up the dude's house. He was just sitting there. But no telling what he's going to do if he sees it. Yeah, I think if Launder was actually there, that law enforcement would have done arrest. But no. People buy this bullshit. It's like Dolly pulling up the scene, jail or bullet. All the same. And you'll have to come back to the other bit. This is provocateur shit we're talking about.
another part of me is like this right here, man. I don't want people to get mad about what I'm going to say, man. Like again, man, pray for that woman's family, man. Big prayers, but
Prayers for that lady, that woman, her family. But, he says,
if the kid came home, man, and
but if the kid came home. He refers to Petito as an adult, but Laundry, the poor little put. And if the kid came home, yeah, that adult male who violently murdered Gabby. Yes. If that kid came home, interesting, that language, huh?
But look, what do we do? What do we say? But another part of me is like this right here, man. I don't want people to get mad about what I'm going to say, man. Like again, man, pray for that woman's family, man. Big prayers, but if the kid came home, man, and he said, "Hey, man, I did something, and I need your help, man." I would help him. I guess we'd be swinging by Lowe's and getting concrete bags. I don't know, man. Lime and stuff. I mean, again.
And lye and stuff. Concrete, lye, all that, That way, what? A family would never be able to lay a loved one to rest or, to help. Really? And I don't know if he meant lie or if he meant he was going to help cover up and lie. I don't know what, but whatever. Anyway, like, seriously? Yeah, prayers to Gabby's family. But if the kid came up, well, I don't know what I'd do. I'd probably and I'd cover up and I'd help out about and keep being justice and cover up. No, see, that's what he'd really do, and how he'd really help a domestic violence monster. And I guess the morality is that he wouldn't march his own child down or turn him in or do the right thing. And nope, nope, he wouldn't do that. Mm-mm. Nope. I think most of us would. I don't, everybody's somebody's child. But and I know it would be hard, but I think for all of us, at least those of us of sound mind and morality, even though morality is subjective and it changes between people, but like, I think most of us would turn our own in and, or talk them into turning themselves in. Because that's the right thing to do. But yeah, that's how much he thought of Gabby. And that's how much he thinks of other domestic violence victims. And he makes the perpetrator a kid while making the female the adult. And, being more like, his real thoughts on is he's going down there to be with the rest of his buddies, JLR, Bullhorn arrest, that help get all Floridians' rights and freedoms and, all that taken. To try to get the Floridians were trying to get rid of their asses and make laws to stop them in these cases because they'd all had enough or made pretty sick by what they'd done around the case. Yep. But they don't want you to know anything about all that. Just like he doesn't want you to realize he was supposed to be coming here with MGL, jail, all them, to fight Benny Keys because Benny threatened his buddy Jailer and take his little hat. We played that in the last live too. It's up on his shit. Ain't none of us lying to y'all. Him and JLR have always been working y'all in this group, just like the rest have, and they've known who he is and what he is, just like they knew about the Magnolia situation and they came out for months prior, and they hit it, and they used it because views were high in Guthrie's and his political shit, his and Ernie's and all that, and they didn't want that out of it. And then it eventually hit the streets. And now he's pretending like he's a domestic violence advocate and he's against JLR. Meanwhile, him and JLR probably back there kissing ass cheeks and on the phone being like, hey man, And wildly enough, Beanie, who he was going to fight at one time for hurting his little JLR buddy and threatening his little hat that he called the coward for years, is now advertising for him. And look at what Benny's been into with partners, children, all that. And what he was offline for so long. And now he's back pretending he's against JLR too. Like all this from it? No. I'm going to call it out.
The lady, but it's just tough, man. How many of you guys have kids? And what would you do if this happened? I mean, in the reality.
And I hope my children never did any such thing. And they wouldn't lay their hands on them. And then if one of them happened to murder somebody or kill somebody, I'd definitely turn them in. I would talk to them and hopefully have them turn themselves in. But they'd be turned in nonetheless. Because that's the right thing to do. Because that's the right thing to do. Now you have to wonder how he feels about anybody who did something to Summer and covering up or what happened, and like does she met like bag of concrete or something, like, because obviously whoever's responsible is also somebody else's child, you get what I'm saying, like adult man or whatever, but they're still somebody's child. So like, is it cool for them if obviously they're covering, hiding, etc. because they're somebody's kid too at one point and were born into this world by someone? No, it ain't. I'm confused here.
Situation, man. I'm not saying like it's tough, man. It's tough.
And make no mistake, this is how they go into each and every case. One of them will pretend to be whatever. They'll try to get, if there are multiple parties involved, like Chris and Katie and Seth, and all, they'll try to go team sports wise. Donna Candace, one are on the other, and one's pro Don, one's pro Candace, one's anti this, one's that. They're always pretending they're on teams, and like Quentin's, it's Cher inside the house, and it's Bullhorn, and Crime Sleuthin, and MGL, and Dolly, and Mallory, and Justin, and ICU, and everybody else on the outside, and Eileen's, and the Fizz Cranks, and the Raps, and the Nick, everybody, right? And, pretending they're not all together, and it's horseshit. And it's how they do every fucking case, man. Every single one for years now. Years and years. And then they hope one of them can win over someone in and around a case, whether it be parents, family members, the victims themselves, survivors, neighbors, witnesses. It doesn't matter, alright? They all hope they can just get in where they fit, and then get some clout, money, info, do the, just destruction, all that. It's what they do, man. In this case, he was trying to be friendly to the whatever, and later on he says, "Oh, we fooled him." And it's after he realized he can get in with Petitos, and then he was like, "Oh," and whatever, right? And then it was his claim, and he still is. He won't shut the hell up about it. Pretends like he acts like he damn near solved the case. It's that no, whatever.
Yeah, I know. What if I find old dog? What if I bump into the dog? How badass would it be if a criminal, ex-criminal, found the bounty hunter? How about?
No, you said it right the first time. Criminal. Alright, so refresher there on what he really thinks of domestic violence victims, survivors, fighters, those who have lost their life. How it's okay to cover it, do whatever, and how he'll refer to a grown male perpetrator as the kid, but make sure to see the woman as an adult and a notator as such. I don't know, it's almost like monsters be monstering, man. Alright, so now that's a refresher. You'll have to go back through the video to combine with this when you feel like to see all the truth about lockdown and we ain't done yet. Alright, but and I'm gonna add in a few more pieces here this morning on this one. I really do wonder if there's a way to like glue things together. I don't know, I'll have to look into that. It'd be a lot easier if it was. Is there a feature for that? Does anybody know? Is there a thing? Because, man, I could do little and then just quilt them together, and that would be so much better. So much easier. If that existed. Does that exist? Has to, some software somewhere, surely. That would be cool. Pretty sure it probably exists. Well, but it probably ain't free software, and homie ain't paying for that shit. Sorry, I know they're all about, like, it costs fortunes, and all these programs, I ain't like that. Okay. But it'd be cool if it was like a tool on YouTube or StreamYard or something, to be able to do that. I could probably get mine though. The rain is beautiful on Easter, guys. Oh, I hope that does stop though. For all the kiddos today who have dyed eggs, because they put it in wet grass. Y'all know what's going to happen. Oh boy, y'all ain't ever getting them babies clean today. They're all going to be tie-dyed. All of them. But they'll probably have a wonderful time. nonetheless, because you know how kiddos are. But anyway, it is storming here. And it's getting quite chilly. I've still got the windows open for the cats and such, and got my little foot heater on, whatever. Oh my god. And it is almost 80 in here still, I'm not shitting. But, it's chilly. The breeze blowing in is a little chilly off the storm and the moisture in the air. Alright, so we're gonna go back to, I think, where I was. Okay. Oh my lord. Okay, that wouldn't be it, but alright, it'd be this. Alright, let's see here.
What about that camera that's going viral to keep burglars away? Do this instead for only.
Were we on the Jody See What the Fuck one? No, that's with Hurricane and then Flip. Okay.
Jody Sue.
No. Let's say my name like
It's
that.
a bunch of marbled nonsense. Garbled and marbled fuck shit. Marbled and garbled. Sounds like she's eating a bologna sandwich and drinking a gallon of Jack and Daniels at the same time.
What the fuck is Jack and Daniels at the same time? He does understand that's one. Bologna sandwich and Jack and Daniels. Like, this dude runs so fast on something besides the Red Bull, he can't even keep up with his own time. It's ridiculous. But yeah.
Get to the meat and potatoes already. We're 10 minutes in. Get to the meat and potatoes. Let's see when the meat and the potatoes come.
Oh no.
12:19.
Fucking break. Stupidest shit ever seen.
Marbled and garbled bologna sandwich. So it's a bunch of marbled nonsense. Garbled and marbled fuck shit. Marbled and garbled. Sounds like she's eating a bologna sandwich and drinking a gallon of Jack and Daniels at the same time. Get to the meat and potatoes already.
Jack and Daniels. I don't know who's marbled girl. Either way, to make this make sense and to continue, you're going to watch that one, but Mr. He was my defender and blah, 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 and all the bullshit and propaganda and narratives and targeting he's done for us over the years and still continuing, as you can see, while he's doing, but, you know, I just can't. But this is where I was going next. Yeah, marbled and garbled indeed. He also came in my chat in last live and I fuck around trying to compare dick size, views, saying marbled and garbled again, like he is in the comments back there 2 or 3 days ago. To fuck with me some other stuff. I don't know. And, yeah, whatever. You know, same shit for years, man. And he clearly and obviously knows and is aware of the cancer, the speech disability, but hey, if he can keep on the same bullshit the rest of them do. My lord.
It's a bunch of
What's up, people? White Boy Radio back at.
No, and you'll once again have to refer to the other and last live about this as well. This will fall into that ELP, Y crime, Tiffany Marie moment where he had to turn the, flip over and start hard hitting at me, whatever, instead of Tiffany, which they were all calling out for her fake check bullshittery. The public, and look, okay. That's only 755 views 3 years ago. Sorry, I just gotta fuck with him. He gets in his feels about numbers unlike the rest of us. Bless him. Anyway, this is Jody Sue versus Tiffany, October 22. Damn, doesn't that line up with the other day? He did the other thing when we already went through. We proclaimed certain shit. It's fine, fuck it.
With another one. Apologize for the lighting. You know the situation.
But hey, look, as a YouTuber, I always don't get it right. And I was watching a video today, and it came to my attention that I probably should clear something up for somebody. Okay, so you see the title, Tiffany Marie. Let me give you a little memory lane so we can catch everybody up, and you'll see where I'm going with this.
He means rewrite bullshit, la la. There's another live of his went through a while ago. And that story, and this, hey, fuck it. I've got the original. Ain't none of this shit went down the way he says, but whatever.
A few months ago, I did a video sticking up for my dude, Enchanted Life Path, and Why Crime. And they had some stuff. The video's there. If I could remember, I'll put it in the end screen. But for the ones who were subscribed at that time, you can remember, and during this, Tiffany Marie was brought up. I'm not gonna, open old wounds, if you will, but what I will say is, she came to the live. Now,
They don't want you to know about it.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash payout if you weren't?
I did not know that it was her. And I censored the crap out of her, and to every degree. And what I mean is, I would never normally do that, but her name was brought up, and my thinking was, it was one of her subscribers coming up hitting the link. Because when the link was hit on stream...
Despite everybody telling him that was TM and her voice as she stood there, and he pretended like he didn't know who she was, like he does with Manny, and he does too, goddamn well know. And that shit's always playing high seas drama, right? And there ain't nobody around here don't recognize her voice. Like, it was ridiculous, stupid.
It did not say Tiffany Marie. It said a different channel. Now, I had no idea at this point that this creator, Tiffany, had two channels. But she was coming up, and she came up, and I immediately kicked her off. But there was something that she did before, when someone hits the link and they're backstage, only me and that person can see it. Okay, there was something that she did. And listen, I'm way late making this video, people, okay? And there was also a follow-up email and everything else. But if you can remember that live...
Now remember, this is him kissing Tiffany Marie's ass, turning on me, did whatever. When that was time. But then, do recall, in a video we just went over in 24 where he was shitting on Tiffany and be like, oh, you can't believe nothing Tiffany being if those two are involved, whatever. I mean, talk about an inconsistent, discrepancy-laden, lying liar bag, Nazi, homophobic, xenophobic piece of garbage. Propaganda pushing, narrative pushing, tragedy pimp, motherfucking useless ass Nazi. Ta-da!
Now, look, I listened to a video today, and it was Jody Sue versus Tiffany Marie, and it was, I guess Jody Sue was holding a live, and she said, hey, Tiffany, hit that link if you want to, and Tiffany hit the link. Mm-hmm. And what she did was she showed her face,
and
when she was backstage, which is exactly what she did to me, okay? Keep in mind, I'm not dissing Tiffany Marie. I just never, I'm not like a big fan. I don't know anything about her channel. I don't even really know what she looks like until basically, after the fact. Okay, so there's a lot of confusion on my end. I don't see Tiffany Marie when I have my guest on panel So
Mind you, Tiffany was in cahoots with MGL through other cases too. All them, the group. Bullshit. Yep. Give us all a break.
Accusing me coming in on a different name. Now, I kicked her off, kicked her out of the studio, and she had supporters come in the chat telling me that was her. And I was arguing her supporters, saying that's not her, that's not her name. She even sent me an email, and the email was her second channel. And she's like, look, she sent me a screenshot. She's proving her case that I did kick her out, because I was kind of selling her out, and the supporters out. Hey, I was confused. Look, people.
It was selling her out and her supporters. Not just supporters, even ELP, you know, and we're like, motherfucker, that's TM. This is so, I just can't with this dude.
Thank you. But, after the fact, I figured it all out. Look, the live's done, and Jensen's gone, Y Crime's gone, and I completely censored this lady, and kind of ride on her supporters. With the Jody Sue and Tiffany Marie argument, I remembered all this because I'm listening to them argue, and Tiffany says, look, you know it's me, I showed my face before I came on. So as I'm listening to these two creators kind of argue, I remember this is exactly what she did when her name was at subject on my panel. Now, look, it amazes me, man. Just one little hurricane, and I'm way behind onto the YouTube streets. Look, they're arguing, and for what it's worth, it's definitely worth a peek if you haven't seen that one. I don't know who wins the argument. It's pretty brutal. But listen, I'll give you some spoiler alerts here. One saying there's a pet cemetery collection. One saying there's going to be you said you want to be Summer Wells' surrogate mother. It out of country.
Yeah, Tiffany been trying, and then Tiffany only put out this pet cemetery thing, like, and that I had death boxes, and I was so hurt. I had some, y'all fucking stupid. This is a shit. This is a shit been talking about for 9 hours on another fucking live about your lying, useless, contradictory, propaganda narrative pushing, horseshit, tragedy pimping, pretend anti-tragedy pimp motherfucking ass. Alright? Goofy shit that destroys everything. We're not gonna go all the way back through it. It's been a long night. But I'm gonna finish this up this morning. Y'all can just watch this after the other one. Alright? And that's just gonna be what it is for right now. And then the more he wants to continue, and the more any of you all who have clearly not been advocates or consistent in that manner and whatever throughout all these, and you want to continue to pretend like you really give a shit about Magnolia or jail or situation or any of that, and or any of you creators who are known to be abusers yourself want to continue that, or those whose daddies set women and children on fire, or those who sit and pal around with Andy or any of the rest, or even enjoy Don Wells' company, I ain't got shit for, and you are not advocates of any kind, and we're just not gonna play a game. And I'm gonna do what I promised this channel when I jumped here, which is hunt your tragedy pimps, call you after your bullshit, be a voice for domestic violence, and so on and therefore. So, that's where we're at.
I'm completely lost. I've been off the internet, people. I've been off the grid for a good week. So I'm lost on transition here.
No, wait, and see, did this still have to do with me calling him Bullhorn and his buddy JLRL? Oh, that's where we're in last night. He was mad at me because of all that, and because they all acted like even though they were sitting in the same houses untouched, that all of them been blown away, like.
Good cat fight, but something struck me on this. Just like she showed her face when Jody Sue called her out and she went, even though it wasn't necessarily me having an issue with Tiffany, I had people on my panel that are my YouTube friends, and we were addressing it. Tiffany did not tuck her tail and run, just as she didn't with Jody Sue. And if I can remember correctly, there's a big fallout with Tiffany and Molly. And even going back to this.
Wait, but you didn't know who Tiffany was? How do you know there's a fallout with Molly? That was in the first one when Tiffany was trying to be all like nice to us. Like, what? But they were second who's like, I didn't know who this lady was, you know. See, that's the shit I'm talking about, dude. He clearly knew her and MGL had a fight way back when him and all the crew were on the ground and all that and pounding around. And Ziggy's one of them, and Tiffany's one of them, and all this shit. Like, I just can't with it. And even in life, for 5 minutes, he can't give his shit straight enough not to get caught in it. Oh, I didn't know what Tiffany was, but does I recall her and Molly at a fight? Yeah, oh, you mean to pretend fake fight in public like many y'all have? And to pretend you're not with whatever to get somebody else to think y'all are fighting. One of you's pro this, and one of you's a supporter of that, and a butt cleanser here, and we're to get close to or around her and set it in a case, or to get a token from each one that's a real human being, destroy everything and everyone. Yeah. So you did know who Tiffany was, and her and MGL and all the bullshit. Oh, but a minute ago you swore. Wait a minute, what?
Sometimes life can be a little messy.
And then Tiffany's fake and the check thing and all that, which you and ELP and my crime are going over. At a certain point, yeah. Yeah, okay. You didn't know nothing.
But with next-gen Nubella Performance Fabric at Ashley.
Going back to this.
With Doug and all your buddies and other cases and Benny and the shit you were. No. I just get sick of this shit, y'all. It's over and over again.
I believe.
Every day.
My wife went on her panel or vice versa. I don't remember all the facts. But look, this creator here, when her name is brought up, she will show up. Okay? She's going to show up. But listen, listen, people, I made a mess up. I do owe her, I owe her one. I didn't know that was her. I'm all the way against.
You ever seen him, like, did y'all remember back in the day when Queen Bee called him out? Everybody caught him up in his bullshit, and then he eats off, and he's about like Cam, like, they drop off, they run away, whatever, like he did in my chat last night. He can't handle, all he can do is be like, liar, 600 views, whatever, you know? And just bullshit. And then he runs away. He always does that. He'll drop off panels, he'll scream, he'll swear, whatever, you know? No matter how he's caught or cornered, every single time, especially by females, Queen Bee, which Queen Bee's her own thing, but yep. Every time throughout the years, that's what he does. He don't like people calling him. He can't handle it, can't stand it, especially if they're a female.
I would never do that.
And then if they're a male, all he does is like, the thing is, it's all tragedy pimping reviews, but, and everything else, but, even the other creators, I mean, and then all he wants to do is compare penis size, talk about those bits and pieces and butt cheeks and boobs and sex life and be homophobic, xenophobic, racist, all the bad things, attack disabilities, all that, you know, but it's usually about somebody's private areas. He is a sick, abusive puppy, much like JLR and the rest of these creators you see around here, including a lot of females. Carrying on.
That's confused. I don't even really know her big channel, let alone her second channel. So there's the mix up there.
Saltburg.
With bad lighting, hurricane status. So listening to this Jody Sue and Tiffany thing, very interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm going to leave a link. I'm going to probably pin the link to the exact video I'm talking about. I don't know who wins it. And look, this video is not about is Tiffany's channel shenanigans or is it the greatest one in the world? Or is Jody Sue's channel the greatest one or the worst one in the world? It's not about that. It's about I made a mistake, and it's about Tiffany will show up when she's brought up. She doesn't run from a battle. Now, take away, just if I had to critique it a little bit, I would say her subscribers, they're a little bit of mean girl status, like they go for the feelers, which explains a lot because I believe my wife subscribed to her. But I don't want to take away. That's what this is about. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of comments that are pro Tiffany here, and there's going to be a lot of she is the worst person in the world here, and probably a little bit of Jody Sue combined. It's not really what it's about. You're free to comment what you want, but I do make mistakes, and I like the fact that this lady will show up. Now look, here's the deal. Tiffany showed up. I messed it up. I fumbled it, but I'm coming clean. A little late, but I saw it in this Jody Sue thing.
Yeah, he has total respect for others who will terrorize and women, children, domestic violence victims, cancer patients, and disabled, who will join up with AB and have AB do the dirty work with the homophobia on that front. And total respect for all them, just like JLA left him to right now. It's profit and all to pretend they're not all for one for all, and buddies like they've always been in all the cases, playing y'all like fools. All right, he loves them. They all love each other. It's great.
Again, back to that very interesting argument. I'm telling you, Pet Cemetery, people are looking at animals, and people are saying that you want to be Summer's surrogate mother. It's out of control. It's only been a week. What's happening here? But, she does more than people like Benny Keys. I've invited him on panel, put his name in titles. He runs. You got to give it credit to when's credit's due. Am I going to join her members this week? Probably not.
I'm sorry. And then the Ink calls Benny the coward for years, whatever. He's mad at him for attacking his buddy JLR, and he's coming here in Summer's case to fight Benny for doing that to his buddies. With the rest of the crew is playing, and that changed. But, like Ziggy was separated from the crew, that way they could pretend they weren't with them and all that. But, then Six Up was just yeeted out of there. But that was around that fake Fed jiffy next time. You just never know how that went. But anyway, all kinds of things there. But, anyway. And then, as soon as it was time for Benny to come back after this one had taken half-ass sober while Benny had to be gone too recently, then this one turned Yellow Belly up and was like, yes, Benny. And now they're all buddies, and Benny's advertised for it's great. It's great.
But, listen, I got it.
Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes, and we'll spot you up to $200.
No, my channel's not monetized, and I don't have members. A little setup-ies in between including Tiffany and Lockdown and Ziggy's people and all, They did shit on purpose to fuck around. Tiffany Marie gave me tips on how to do it because it was done in simple technicality terms. And then I was just like, fuck it, I'm not going to monetize. I'm not going to keep it that way. Because I never really did. Even though the channel itself is monetized, had members. All those are mainly people who just want to record and make sure they had access to everything if I put anything in the background, whatever. And, whatever. And so... And on top of that, it was just like, and that happened around the same time all the little setup ones, including Crystal and all this. I was talking about in the live stream, this and that and the other last one. So they even took down websites that weren't even fully set up like the Patreon and were used as bait. The dumbass showed how she did, it's just so much stuff there, right? So no, I don't. And most of mine throughout the years, if I ever talked about Summer solely, Those live streams were not monetized. All monetization was turned off on them. Anyway, and then most of my lives always play music in, so that automatically sort of takes it, so I don't know. So there's really no point. I have been thinking about doing that just to save up to do something in June, but chances are they'd hit it again, so under some technicality or bullshit or something, so you know. Nope, no members.
And look, for what it's worth, I don't understand. I don't even know if she's even spoke about this. I'd be pissed if someone completely censored me. But she did email me. I'm not going to post it. I'm not going to show it. She cussed me out too. I didn't know what the hell's going on. But, you know, for what it's worth, she'll show up, okay? There's a lot more. Some of these men in the community, you know, like, again, it's not about what her channel's about or Jody Sue's, but I strongly recommend you check that little cat fight out. The Summer Wells case is out of control. People are still talking about it. Look, it was just a few months ago, people were saying she was spotted with a shaved head in a hotel room in 9 different states away. It is out of control, okay? Out of control. I have no clue what Tiffany and Jody Sue's relationship is. From what I understand, Tiffany took an approach like I did with Jody Sue. I'm okay with Jody Sue.
Oh yeah, I'll try repeatedly to acquire and support or whatever and try to weasel it, you know, back and forth over years, whatever. How's that working for y'all? How's that working? Alright, what's the weather have to say? Oh dear. Snow is apparently struck again and they're in their feels about it, I guess. Whatever. Rain ends by noon, it says. Okay. Okay.
I don't like people that bully her and stuff like that. And I don't like what they do to her children, attacking the children. It's out of control. But I believe Tiffany had the same relationship.
Oh yeah. Year 2022. I don't like the stuff they do to us. I don't like them attacking her and her children and whatever. In order to get why I'm saying that and this, and not to think that this is what it is on Facebook, you'll have to watch their life and put together all the stuff already put together for you and how ludicrous is and the shitty son. You know, that's what you have to do. Alright? I'm sorry, but until I find a way to glue this stuff together, which I don't think, y'all gonna sit through 24,000 hours of Jody Sue. I suggest, I don't know, doing whatever you do. Taking it in short bursts. She ain't gotta take it all at once, just whatever you want to do. Alright? And I don't think that was about it. No? Is that right? What does that mean? I'm confused. I appreciate that, but I'm very confused by the message. Thank you, though. And, like always, on the rare occasions these days, for the last couple of years, that I actually put a cash app unless it's in a post and I ask specifically for something. Because I think it's been forever since I've run a cash app. But that does go to real bills and real shit and necessities, so it's appreciated. Especially when I mean, I know it's your all's hard-earned money, but, you know, when things and y'all lovely human beings for doing it, but to me, it's like, well, for once, you know, sometimes it's just like, it's just a little bit of, like, you know, these tragedy pimps who have annihilated our worlds and made fortunes on it, you know? And then sometimes there's little things like this, and it's like, man, there are really people that do things. And y'all don't have to, and if any of y'all want any of that back, let me know. Alright? So, and don't ever feel like you have to, should, need to, and if you shouldn't, don't. Alright? You don't have to. Nobody ever has to. But, anyway, I appreciate it, guys. Anyway, is that from today that the other one's getting struck? Or is that like a late? I'm not kidding. See, I didn't get that notification for the other man struck for 3 days. What is going on with the notification system around here? It's weird, ain't it? All mine keep doing that. Don't matter which device. I mean, like 3-4 days sometimes before something pops up and acts like it's new. And like, why is it doing that? Is anybody else having that problem? And honestly, I don't even know how I'm getting notifications for those people. I am not subbed to them. It's one thing I will forever wonder, all the way in the way back. How in the hell I even got advertised the Benny and Cher piece for talking about me? It came across my device. I remember seeing it, and I still got screenshots I took of it. I was like, what the fuck? This has got my name in it? What? You know? I was not subbed to anyone. I never even watched, like, and then there it is on my thing advertised. What the fuck? I'll still forever wonder how that happened. You know? But yeah, it's been bad for a few months now with these notifications. Like, you don't get that shit till through that. And I'm like, I'll be sitting there thinking, man, I'm pretty sure I've seen that same title or whatever a few days back or even a week. And then I'll touch it, and yep. But it'll say that the notification's brand new. What the hell? It's been like that for a few months.
What's up, people?
No, we're not going through that whole thing yet, buddy. All right, carrying on.
And I like the fact that this lady will show up. Now, look, here's the deal. Tiffany showed up. I messed it up. I fumbled it, but I'm.
And imagine that. These are grown people, supposedly, allegedly, in their opinions. They were like, oh, they show up. They roll apart. What a fucking live stream. Terrorist people put up propaganda narratives. They fight. They're all claws. Boxing matches. Whatever. Like, online. Like a bunch of fucking losers. They never back down. They show up. Drop the link. The fuck? Just like, can't.
A little
goofy.
Late. But I saw it in this Jody Sue thing. Again, back to that very interesting argument. I'm telling you, Pet Cemetery, people are flipping at animals, and people are saying that you want to be Summer's surrogate mother. It's out of control. It's only been a week.
Not me, that was being sensitive. Right? So, Pet Cemetery shit was just y'all doing fuck shit to fuck with us, right? Death boxes and blah, blah, blah. And my jewelry boxes were somehow, and I might have Summer in a jewelry box this big. It was insane. That's the shit we dealt with for years.
Happening here. But, you know, she does more than people like Benny. I've invited him on panel, put his name in titles. He runs. You got to give it credit to when's credit's due. Am I going to join her members this week? Probably not. But listen, I got to come clean. And look, for what it's worth, I don't understand. I don't even know if she's even spoke about this. I'd be pissed if someone completely censored me. But she did email me. I'm not going to post it, not going to show it.
Wait, was this the one where Tiffany came on my shit, and after she'd built up that Angel Talks Too Fast channel to be my interpreter and to try to mentally, emotionally fuck with me and the public and make y'all think you couldn't understand me, which is still a marbled and garbled thing, but yet they can play my lives and my videos on their lives, and y'all can wildly enough understand me just fine. But she built up a whole channel, and that person chose to do that based on my cancer disability, and to take my voice from it and make the public believe that nobody could understand me, and that you had to have Angel or who Tiffany built it, and whatever. But when I was on panels or anywhere near Tiffany, what she kept doing was lowering my volume, fucking with me, and then there was this one live stream. I was like, oh yeah, how you like that shit done, bitch? And she wouldn't shut the fuck up. She was trying to do that drama bitch channel shit. I don't do the yelling and screaming. I ain't about that life. You go to me like that. Nope. Everybody knows I'll drop off the panel if that shit starts. I'm an adult. We ain't gonna do that. I'm not gonna scream and yell and do all this shit. I'm not gonna cat fight with you. I've lived enough of my life around screaming and yelling too. I didn't like it then. I'm not that type of person. Anyway, and those who know me know if I'm gonna fight about it. I don't really have much to say. I'm gonna let you scream and yell it out, and then if that's all you're gonna do, I'm gonna walk the fuck off. If you wanna throw down, we'll throw down, and then I'm still gonna walk off, and it's gonna be done after it's done, and that's just it. I'm not gonna stand there and be like, and pull hair and pocketbooks and all that shit. We either gonna go or we ain't, and you ain't gonna waste my time. And if you have to get yourself all geared up by running your mouth, whatever, I just ain't built for the screaming fight, and I can't stand it. And I don't like being. It's very triggering for me. Also, I've heard enough screaming and yelling in my life. I do not like it, and I will not participate in it. And I ain't that type of girl where I'm gonna sit there and do that drama crumma bullshit either. I go sit there in panels and bitch and scream with the likes of any of y'all. Ain't gonna happen. Now, I might raise my voice and you'll hear me do it and project, and people like, we can always understand you clear on other panels. Yeah, you can, because I make great effort to be loud enough to be heard, and to where those tragedy pimps can't talk about it, because they try to do that on purpose. And it often sounds like I'm pushy or rude and talking to them, whatever. But if you allow them the space to twist your words or to get in or to cut you off at certain points, it's clip worthy. It's shit they can twist. If you cannot complete your sentence or the context they're acting like they want or the full whatever, no, you ain't gonna do me like that. I know their tricks, their games, their fuckery. I ain't playing it with them. And it strains my voice, right? And the muscles in my face and everything else have had to be transplanted, rewired, all this shit. I'm missing half my neck, folks. My tongue is also partially paralyzed, and it depends on the day and how I feel. But when I'm on panels with others, I absolutely try to be as clear as possible. There's a strain, and it physically does hurt me to project my voice and to do certain things that I do on other panels, because I'm not going to be up there quite as long, but it does actually cause me pain and discomfort a great deal to do that. And then if I do that for very long, what happens is I will wear my voice down to where then I can't use it. I've learned over the years how to, and like a lot of days, y'all understand, this speech disability of mine, it goes much further than that. There's a reason I don't use all my big girl words either. Right? And that's because my tongue is partially paralyzed this there, and depending on how I feel from day to day, or even minute to minute, hour to hour, and I'm slower speaking than I used to be, but it's because I have to take the time my brain does. It's gotten faster as time's went on, but and I have to figure out what word I want to use versus what my tongue can physically and be able to pronounce correctly. And so it takes a little longer, and so I speak a little slower than those who've known me my whole life know. I used to be they used to rib me a lot for being like Boomhauer. I talked really fast and da 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 da, and used all the big words. And now I can't necessarily do that. So a lot of times I'm just left with like cursey words or shorter words or what's easier, not as straining or, whatever. And a little bit frustrated a lot of times. So, but it's gotten easier as time's went on. But it is still actually painful, even now. Like I'm projecting a little louder towards y'all. It hurts. There's a strain in here. It feels bad. My tongue doesn't feel so right today, but on this side, uh, there's a lot of my side I can't feel, and y'all forget this arm is also completely attached and nerves cut to it and shit. So I do have, things. So it's like, what do y'all care about? But, this is a real disability and all that, but marbled and garbled and Tiffany and all and trying to take my voice or make people doubt it and stuff. That's also a way to psychologically and emotionally fuck with me and to make me in my feels and to just beat me down. And they know that for a domestic violence survivor, anybody speaking out about abuse, their voice is important, let alone those who have speech disabilities, things. It's part of what they do to just fucking hammer you around here, But I'm not going to sit there and use my voice like screaming and yelling anyway. Even if all this weren't as it is. I'm not going to do it. I'm not built that way. And I've dealt with enough screaming and yelling for motherfuckers my whole life. And so, yeah. You as well, Mama Bear. I know quite a few that are going to church today. Yeah, what I don't get, it used to be a big thing. We always attended Easter service. But now I noticed a lot of the churches this year, for some reason, did theirs early on even Fridays and Saturdays so everybody could have Sunday free. It's sort of a tradition thing. I don't know what's going on. I guess it's how everything's turned like trunk or treat and bullshit, parliament, mall, weird shit on Halloween too. I don't know. And nobody ever knows what day anybody's doing anything. It's weird. I don't like it. Anyway, you have a good service and a good day and enjoy your family and all the snacks and foods and all that. And we're getting there doing the things and whatever. And then yesterday did some stuff. And people are in and out and all that. So anyway, and today, I think at some point we're doing some stuff, but I think later this evening and tonight, I think Lil are gonna try to tamper back on the food stuff, and then I'm gonna make turkey burgers like what are these things? And look, I made them, but then I discovered them at that Wahlberg restaurant where you're traveling somewhere on vacation at one point. And I loved them, so then I just started making. Wahlbergs are amazing if you've not been to the restaurant there. Yeah, and so I found a few other things to add, but that's what I didn't want. Because that's what I really want, oddly enough. Not all the other stuff. Everybody's having ham. And honestly, I've grown to sort of despise ham. Unless it's like our killed, slaughtered ham, marked ham. But, town hams are shit. But, yeah, and Monster loved ham. I always made hams like once a week or once every 2 weeks for his ass and whatever, and I just can't do it anymore. But the turkey burgers, man. Love the turkey burgers. Put some dressing on it, cranberry sauce, whatever, you can do all kinds of things. You did jalapeno slices, just a little brioche, a little this, a little that, depends what you want. But, that's what I want. And I want movie and time with those who matter most to me this evening, and I'm gonna try do light food affair today, midday, and then do the turkey burgers later. Is this what I really want today? It is. So, that's what I'm gonna do. Anyway, alright, so we're gonna carry on with this loser. But I do recall one live stream on it where I was like, no, Tiffany. And she and the rest, Arnie, were doing it. And you'll notice that when I go to certain panels too, they will just mute me or do whatever, yada yada, right? And Tiffany had already taken enough of my voice. And it's just like, fuck you, bitch. So I just fucked with her. Every time she would start yelling, screaming, doing her hair, I was like, alright, we're not gonna do that. You're bathing. So I dog walked her like I did this. I'm not having it. Nope. I guess don't fuck with my voice or try to silence me. You want a problem? But according to them, I'm the main one. I'm the main one. I'm terrible. They're the victims. Big bad Jody Sue. Right.
She cussed me out too. I didn't know what the hell's going on. But, for what it's worth, she'll show up, okay? There's a lot more with some of these men in the community. Again, it's not about what her channel's about or Jody Sue's, but I strongly recommend you check that little cat fight out. The Summer Wells case is out of control. People are still talking about it.
Yeah, it has been.
Look, it was just a few months ago, people were saying she was spotted with a shaved head in a hotel room in 9 different states away. It is out.
And trust me, if you're there in real time, in real life, like the rest of us were on June 15th, it was already out of control and off the rails enough instantly, and something was real bad wrong, and you all definitely weren't needed to come pound any of that. And honestly, if it weren't for y'all, I'm telling you, my heart and soul says the person or persons responsible would already be arrested, and Summer would have already been brought home. A long time ago. But, y'all had to insert, you little vultures, right? And here we are. And that's terrible because every second, every day, Summer's out here somewhere. And I'll tell you what, today's Easter. And it's another holiday. Summer's... her whereabouts are not known. Everybody gets to go about their day enjoying. But we don't know what's happening to Summer. How many of y'all will remember her today? Care? Feel each second tick by. I don't know, but I'll tell you, for all the years I've felt every second tick by. And every day is like somehow Groundhog's Day. Every day is June 15th of 21, but time stopped for a long time. It was in stasis, and then it started moving again, and now it feels sane. It's been this many years, but I felt every second of it, and I still do. Every meal, I wonder if Summer's eating, if she's okay, if she's safe, she's warm. No, if she's not. I don't know. I know that every second still counts. And it matters. And I know that she's one of the very first things I think about when I wake up. And usually one of the last things to think about is I'm falling asleep. And I puzzle and I wish every day, holiday or not, that she was here and she was with her brothers and those in her community and other ways that care about her. She should be. She should have never vanished. Still unbelievable that she did. But she did. Every second still matters, man. I mean, you just feel, I don't know, you lost a loved one or something, you just feel, it's not fair, you're here, this, there, like, they're not gonna partake anymore, they're not, or you don't know, or whatever, you know what I mean, or, you know what I mean, you just, it's sort of the same thing. You feel like, all kinds of ways.
Control. Okay, out of control. I have no clue what Tiffany and Jody Sue's relationship is. From what I understand,
Don't buy that camera that's going viral to keep burglars away. Do this instead. For only $22 a month, I got a premium home.
Tiffany took an approach like I did with Jody Sue.
Trying to acquire.
I'm okay with Jody Sue. I don't like people that bully her.
To database me. Chasing, and wait, hold on, who all was it? Chasing, him decided Tiffany wasn't getting the job done. They brought in Bomb. Questions were sent to certain motherfuckers to try to get done or get out of me. I believe that was through Heatherly and a few others, What did happen? Was the nanner involved in that? Anybody else? Who had all the questions ready? Because they still do, all the Trojan horses and everybody. You know, they got a notebook of, well, if ever you make contact with her, every doctor, here's this shit we need to know still. Yeah. Or want to know, or get her to think about this by mentioning that. She'll never catch on. Because we think her brain works that way, because she's like, oh, a song cues this, so if we have you mention this, then maybe it'll bring about this, and she'll talk about this, and then we gotta list it 6 discords deep or database. She'll never catch on. Years of that shit. Years of it. It's great. Love it. Totally oblivious though, guys. Don't tell them I'm fully clued in. I'm trying to see where they're gonna finish up at. I'm curious. I'm trying to stick it out.
that, and I don't like what they do to her children, attacking the children. Tiffany and Jody Sue's relationship is. From what I understand, Tiffany took an approach like I did with Jody Sue. I'm okay with Jody Sue. I don't like people that bully her and stuff like that, and I don't like what they do to her children, attacking the children like that. But I believe Tiffany had the same relationship, and then there was a fallout. I don't know. So I'll utilize the comments to school me on it. But look, you.
I can't even. But you'll have to understand all this. You'll have to go back to the other live stream. Right? It's titled the same thing. I need to put numbers on each one.
Make mistakes. You're live. You're helping people. You're friends. You're giving them a voice. And I actually contacted both those people from what I was seeing. So, if I have to be completely honest, that live was not about, why or Enchanted contacted me to get, on the panel. I wanted to coordinate with them because I felt like they were going to attack me, stuff like that. So there's meaning behind me saying, hey, I'm sorry. I really didn't
So
know.
y'all were contacting court. What?
I don't have any bad blood. That was months ago. But for what it's worth, the lady doesn't run from a fight, and I think some of the dudes.
Have y'all ever noticed what's happened to half of the live streams and stuff by some of these channels and creators and all that, especially some of those by ELP, that were all for some reason selling CBD, and money was going around the world with all that products, and especially Orange County one, you remember? And AB was doing all the things, right? But AB was shipping shit over from Canada too. But anyway, have y'all seen what's happened to half of theirs? The domain names are for sale, and they've all changed over to full-on, like, drug online sales shit. And now the domains are up for sale. But the lives are still titled there, but you can't access them. They no longer exist. And whatever, if you hold the original links to them. And the domains are for sale. And they're all listed under and as, like, different weed and, seed and pot companies and shit, but the domains are for sale. It's almost like they might build these things and up and have certain traffic to them in order to make their money and legalize and then sell off those domains or channels for fortunes, right? Almost like they create 1 million troll accounts, people would fall, start building them up, get views on, and then they keep doing that for a while. And then these channels that are already pre-built and have long-lived histories and years on them, they can go for fortunes. It's called channel. And they do that because that bypasses certain security, and this year most people look for new, fresh accounts and think those are the, but actually now you got to be worried about all of them. But that's why they do all that. They do a whole lot of channel farming and building in there, and then eventually grow them and then sell them off. And that makes, quote, legit looking funds too, so. There you go, there's part of it. They get a lot of those with enough clicks, views, people intrigued by their trolling and all that, to have enough hours, even on a little 3 or 4, 10 short clips or vids, to where eventually it builds up enough views to where then once they sell the channel off, it can automatically go live, it can do it, all the things, and be monetized. Yeah. Don't get smart, y'all.
And the community can take a little bit from that, is all I'm saying. Check out the cat fight. It's White Boy Radio. When we're right, we're right. If we mess up, hey, we'll fix it. Do people have to accept it? Nah, they don't have to. They have.
Oh, look, if you mess up, you have to fix it. Well, you got about, 5 years to start fucking fixing. And then, we're just done with you, okay? Fucking Nazi.
Nah, they don't have to. But as long as we put it out there, we're being truthful. Check out the link tree, smash that damn like, and look, you be the notification. I know YouTube's not giving notifications out.
No, dear. Yeah, it's still important. Alright, let's see. Where else are we going this morning before
Just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today.
That's it. And then, is that one it?
All right, look here, people. White Boy Radio everywhere.
Oh, and see, here we go. This one is in 22. This is, hold on. I'm getting blind in old age and health and glasses and had these frowns. This is June 25th of 22. This way he's trying to suck my ass, be a spokesman on it. All the others hadn't worked. He thought I needed one. Thought, yeah. And, this is this, right?
Subscribe, join the members, follow the social media. Look, man, you gotta leave this lady Jody Sue alone. It's getting a little bit out of control. A little bit out of control. They say you are what you eat. And I listened to a video before, and I believe the woman ate a box of Airheads because she proceeded to say that out of her frustration for lack of answers in the Summer Wells case and whatever have you, she wanted to kill Jody Sue, and B, find her ex-boyfriend, man, the redheaded stud that he was. And at first I thought she said, I need to get a condom before I bang the dude because I don't want to get the stank puss on me. But then I had someone...
I believe she also said chemo coos or something, but she was going to ram and cram Andy, and hell yeah, she tried that, and she wanted to come and stab me out. Y'all remember the no words Shay conversation Crystal and I were having and all that? Yeah, well, clearly lockdown's aware of it. See, dear Matt, Noel, this is the shit. This is what I'm talking about. After this point, clearly, and even before this, you can't deny knowledge of cancer, speech disability, domestic violence, all that shit. Real threats you've really heard by the creators that, like Crystal, the blackmail, the trigger bitching, manipulation to get around my family members and Robin in order to get blackmail on them, and it was used. And then, as you can see out in public by Crystal and others, and then death threats, harm, it's still occurring. D and whatever, the Scott Ziggy lockdown arena there, and the nut jobs were built up by Scott and the rest. And that Ziggy, even a couple weeks ago, was telling Dee to get back what she's doing, which is video after video on me. And nut job built by Scott too is helping by providing the links and the timestamps. So that convict who recently was released again and is clearly miffed out of her gourd, yeah, she can make money and clout and do the hate train shit and do whatever, and threaten our lives even the other day, or to incite violence or hate or get us murdered. Yeah, that's fine. But clearly at this point, Matt and Noel, you're aware of what Shay and Crystal did, and then later on, like I played in last life, years later, saying I'm unhinged, I'm nuts, blah blah, him giving a panel and a seat to someone clearly doing it, and calling me a liar, acting like I'm paranoid or schizophrenic or nobody's taking it. This is how I can prove in civil court that y'all knew, were aware of what those two had done. Then you gave panel to it, you enabled more of it, and then you put out propaganda and lies and bullshit and narratives on us with intention, direction, and whatever. And did so purposefully and knowingly to make people think that I was insane, unhinged, actually threatening you all, whatever, when I was talking about CZ clearly and him giving a panel. You see how this works, right?
Actually translate the hillbilly lingo, and it was actually that what was said was she didn't want to get her chemo puss on her. Okay. First off, everybody understands people getting frustrated. It's a little girl. Maybe people are more local in the area and want answers. Maybe people can relate to Summer. But hey,
Shay pretended to be a local and she come here much like non being emissary, blah blah blah. Shay is from fucking Kentucky. But she swore to y'all she was local, right? But she's only a couple hours away. I mean, she had to borrow your uncle's car to get down here in between Snort and Zandy. She's gonna buy from Mother Hollows so she can take it. And boy, she had to quit teaching because she was so mentally not okay. Yeah. Let's not forget her and Naners and everybody else's role in recordings and my kid, all the shit they did. Failures. Tiffany, Jenny, Adrian's bullshit girl. Let's just. But yeah, you're fully aware of it. He's fully aware of it, obviously. And the rest progresses through time. Another random asshole from Kentucky or somewhere else from the country was claiming what they did, said, or doing to us. Okay, because they're so frustrated for answers. So they justified you all. It's ridiculous. There's no justification for going real life into extremes and saying and doing the shit y'all do. You know, to anyone around any case. Ever. For any reason. And the only reason you do it is for self-gain and the destruction of others, and you don't care and you sleep just fine, and not just like all predators and monsters do. You don't carry your arm as long as you get something off of it, or get off on it, or whatever, you know? Or can make yourself still justified for being fucking monstrous bastards. Anyway, Karen.
This is getting to an extreme. Wishing death on friends of the family is a little bit much.
And it was during a June cycle. They love those because paperwork and orders of protection. I just love those. And that first year they kept came out all that, you know. And they managed it for a few days, and then y'all just continued even with orders in place doing it so they confidently. So, anyway, but you know, do tell a real domestic violence survivor and their children. And y'all are just working for, you know, whatever as you were tampering with those services, fake lawsuits, fuck with courts, do all the fuck shit together, one for all for one. Legal help for my children and all that stuff. Yeah. And you helped an abuser get on and just to trigger, try to get, and then to try to acquire littlest witnesses and everything else for y'all's benefit. Even if it meant getting us murdered, you do it. Trying to push to suicide, all that you were doing. And still doing. Yep. Do tell us how you all are such advocates. And you care so much about domestic violence. Yeah. Do that.
Adults here. You could not, and then you got yourself so angry you got horny. And then this is thirst on a different level, but to go after and ridicule anybody who's been through chemotherapy. Now look,
that whole thing surrounding his broken dick, no, it's because he was sticking it in multiple things that were nasty as fuck. And he didn't care about my health or my life. Coming back and knowing I had no immune system to fight that shit and whatever, and I paid for his doctors and everything else, trying to figure that, and, you know, but wonder what he was sticking in. It was like, among others at the time. Yeah, but yeah. Show you we're going, I don't know where it caught him. So the chemo during it. Seriously? And then, like, that's how stupid she was. They wasn't with me anymore. Like, what? And he was with what? That's how ridiculous this has been.
Know what the rumor is? Apparently, the lady Jody Sue has gone through chemo. And cancer is tough, people. And the rumor is, or she's made up, she has chemo, or I can't keep up with all the shenanigans. Look, here's my message to people, man. Leave the lady Jody Sue alone. This is a bit much. I mean, Jesus Christ.
And I didn't go through chemo. Went through radiation. Was supposed to go through more, but that was held off for reasons. All my medical shit ain't none of y'all's business. But it's just how it is. But anyway, yeah. So, but
And for anyone out there who has been through chemo, I tip my hat to you. Cancer's no joke. It should not be played. It should not be joked around.
Surgery's having your whole ass head basically cut off and your arm severed from, and all that sucks pretty bad too. And radiation, it's not pleasant either. You're only allowed so much of that shit in your lifetime too. And then because they're pretty sure other things and certain things you have, and you have to hold off on further treatments. Luckily, some things are just slow as shit. Like, it takes time for they get flu. Depends on what types you have too. So, yeah, whatever. Matters not. Point is, ain't none of it easy. It all sucks. It all sucks.
Even if, and this is not towards anybody, because I don't know the rumor, but if one is to make up and joke or lie that they have chemo, and I'm not saying anyone's doing it, I tip my hat to you too. That's how serious cancer is. This is out of control. I've never seen someone get so mad she got horny. But to get so frustrated in lack of answers that you wish death upon somebody who is just a friend of the parents of the girl in the case is very contradicting to me. A lot of people will say, unfortunately, that maybe little Summer is not around anymore. That maybe that the worst thing possible has occurred. I don't know. And assuming that may be true. Why would you want that same thing to happen to someone who's friends of the family? If I had friends with,
Not super friends with, never have been, but no Summer. Live beside them. Neighbors applied, right? Interaction, all the things, right? You have to get along. Yeah, so, especially in a place like that, and it's just how it is. But I don't know, why would you want to do that to anyone around any active and ongoing case? Why would you want to do that to anyone? Period. Alright? Anyone in their communities or neighborhoods or witnesses or other family or any of that. Why would you want to do any of that to them? Why does it seem to be that y'all are normalizing it with the public and your viewers and spreading that shit across the world like this is some real form of entertainment, or that it's justified, or insane version of pitchforks and shit online? Like, you know, is somehow, like, what is it? What is wrong with people? I don't get it. But why would you want to do that to anybody? Yeah.
if my friends that I've known for a long time did some shenanigans, I don't have anything to do with the shenanigans at play. We are friends. But what happens in his house is what happens in his house. What happens in mine is what happens in mine. Our friendship is our friendship. Now, again, I could be completely wrong. And back to the Summer thing, let's all hope and pray that the worst has not happened.
So, what he's saying is that whatever happened over there on 110 is not, and that, you know, that, oh, wow. Oh, shit. Well, that's where he started from, and he's trying to kiss my ass and be my spokesman and cleanser and trying to help the databasers. It didn't work. And then over the years, as you can see, it's declined steadily. And when given the marching orders to the hate train and repeated setups, him and the team Ziggs and everybody else around here and all the shit they've done. And even his bullshit last night in my chat and the comment held in the background and all the bullshit. And throughout the years, yeah, it's intentional. Done with purpose. With absolute knowledge that is what he and Noel are doing and have been doing with and for the group and targeted and aimed at us intentionally. Right. For clout, clicks, views, and their profit at the destruction of all of our lives. Reputations, futures, our health, all these things. You know? And I could not tell you how detrimental undergoing this amount of dogpiling online was, and all that plays into health stuff. You can even see it on lab work, you know? Just like I could back out with Monster. On the days I was heavily abused and I have doctor's appointments and labs done, you could see my counts and blood counts and shit spike and white counts and this there and certain things drop and go. And then during like days or weeks I wasn't being abused as heavily or anything and the stressors were down, it would, you know, you could see it, you know, and it's the same and it's been the same for years with you all. The heavier the I am, and it shows. Mm-hmm. Not just in the heart attacks, not just in this, not just in that, and it's very detrimental. You know, so y'all actually do cause. Mm-hmm. But no, it's just online click off. Right?
Just saying. People, stay away from the airheads. You are what you eat. Leave the lady alone. I don't know what the lady has done to aggravate her body, and maybe I'm missing this big thing. I don't think it's ever a good idea to attack anybody who's been through chemo. And I don't even know what chemo it was. Was it breast cancer? Was it lung? I don't know. It all sucks. It's all bad. And it's something that people cannot cure. So you should salute somebody, congratulate them.
According to lockdown, you can't cure cancer. Yeah, certain ones you can. You can do treatments till they're gone. Certain times you can't. Yeah. All that. Sometimes you just fight like hell for years. Other times people lose their battles. You know? But he's so smart. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I guess Mr. Consistent, not flip-floppy, not a liar, not you know. Not up to no tragedy pimp shenanigans should follow pretend 22 version of himself that was trying to acquire me and knock it all the way off. Because if in 22 you thought we'd been under enough shenanigans and fuckery by this group, and then you join it for years after, like, bro, then I think it's well past time with that. And then stop acting like you're a domestic violence advocate. Playing with JLR and mind fucking and taking advantage of the world. Maybe do that. Maybe do anything else. Anything else. Do that. Whatever it is. That doesn't involve you going boots on the ground or cozying up near, around, or in certain cases. Anything but that. Anything but that. Right? But nope. I doubt that's going to happen. Until there are consequences somewhere down the road for him and, what was it he called her? Miss Whitey or something. You know, Noel. I don't know. And the rest. some accountability that they never really bank on or think's gonna happen to them. Because it's online, right? Law enforcement will never catch on to how this racket's run. Anyway, let's see what else is next here. Nope. And this is from a year ago. This one's titled Jody Sue Brown Officially Lost Her Mind. And then TikTok conspiracy JonBenet Ramsey is really Katy Perry. I don't know, where'd you get this from? Jansen or one of them? Or Moselle? You know how they love their JonBenet shit. And that horse shit. Lord mercy. Anyway, I don't know. Oh, this is 24. 24 in December.
What happened? What incarnation?
Did he say
okay,
what?
now we're
Did he say what incarnation? Please tell me he didn't.
we're starting off rough here. What incarnation's going on here? Let's try it again.
Yeah, he's saying what incarnation? As in carnation milk. Not tarnation. That's what it sounds like to me, anyway.
Real intro. Let's do it again. This will work. Wait.
His intro didn't play right. He's real proud of it. He needs it to play right.
I said, turn it on, guys, because we're going to be reviewing the review. We have the person who self-cleared themselves from TBI, complete moron, unhinged.
I didn't know it was self-proclaimed. There we go again with that. Y'all had to see the last live stream. He swore but then also Benny and Tim, all of them had cleared me, and we said so you couldn't believe, but actually it was the words of Pruitt, and then he tried to shit on it too, and tried to say Pruitt only has the cliff notes or footnotes to Summers' case, and to shit on it like it was wild. And of course he was years late to that. And I believe, like I said, I think that was 24 too, and around the same time as
Jody Sue. You know, you'll never hear me on this panel say these words right now, but I'll look around the streets, just a quick tap around the streets, and I have to agree with Prayer Garden. There's strange behavior from Jody Sue. You'll never hear me ever agree with that gutter mouth ever. Now, when I say gutter mouth, I'm referring to Prayer Garden because that fits them both. But
no, when he says gutter mouth, he's referring to Prayer Garden, but it fits him. But I got a potty mouth. What's your problem? What is your fucking problem there, you fucking Nazi? Do tell. You little ears offended by that, but not the homophobia, racism, extremism, hate, you know, all that used to be out every day. Every live stream. I find your bullshit more offensive than any curse word ever out there. So, yeah, there, trash mouth.
when it comes to Jody Sue, I don't know if she's seeking some type of clout, attention, if she's asking for me to do this. I don't know what the thing is here. But
wow, there's that abuser language again. Is she asking for me to do this? Bitch, you want me to hit you again? You asked for it. Fuck. Well, when you know one, you know them all. They all have flavor. Anyway, you can identify pretty easily. He's weak-minded, weak-souled, weak-spined man, or whatever. It's like him telling Dawn in the early life it went through. and that, you should listen to me. You should listen to me. Fuck. Whatever, right? Anyway, he has a way about him, don't he? Mm-hmm. Yeah, she want me to do this to her. Yeah. That's not a predatory, monstrous, abusive type, is it? Never. They'd never.
I'm happy that she did it because she's such a moron. That it's so interesting when we can take a look at her tonight, breaking down her logic of the law and her thoughts on me, and we can apply it to her whole concept in the Summer Wells case. This would be your average neighbor. Could you imagine your neighbor? Could you imagine? I mean, this is like this. If this doesn't take the cake for trailer trash queen, I mean, who's trailer parking this trash? I don't know, but you have your neighbors. A little girl goes missing.
Hey, I don't know. I'm not where I live in a trailer park or anything. I don't know, whatever, but I guess at least in my trailer trash neighborhood, we were taught better than to become a Nazi or to have lightning bolts put on us there, you fucking asshole. We were taught not to hate based on skin color, origin or sex or gender, who loves who. See, we're raised a little fucking better. What's your excuse? Were you raised in a goddamn barn? Even then, I know barn animals that act better and show more compassion, empathy, and more intelligence. Yeah, moron. Who earlier didn't even know the difference between asphyxiation and transfixed. Quit using the big words. Okay? Alright. But yeah, I don't know, man. Morality, compasses, at least we have some of those. I don't know. Maybe you should get some of that.
Comes this lady, hey media, I'm over here. Here's what happened. Tries her hardest, and then the police are like, yeah.
I'm sorry, what? I did not go, hey media, I'm over here. We refused interviews and all that shit, to almost the end of 21. I didn't want to be public. My first videos probably wouldn't put those out if circumstances hadn't been. And imagine being the neighbor of the Wells, who before you were public were feeding out all our shit and having y'all target and try to acquire, and Cams and everybody else trying to get to meet and greet us and giving out all our personal business and all that shit to all y'all and telling y'all, okay, imagine being the neighbors of that. And, they're the neighbors that it's their daughter is missing and they were the last with eyes on and responsible for that child. But them being the neighbor that gets annihilated with her children over their fucking lack of whatever and whatever happened in summer. Imagine being the first to be looking for summer in any, quote, real capacity and with other neighbors and watching these yahoos just drive around and be like, man, she's gone, and not getting out the rest of it doing fucking jack shit, and then all of us being fucking annihilated and fed out to you all. Try being those neighbors, those witnesses, those first on the ground to be looking for summer. Next to those yahoos on 110. Imagine being those neighbors. Community members. Hell, the whole fucking Tri-Cities. See, I think we all have a right to speak, especially when you're targeted by them, their teams, fed out as a look here, look there, everywhere. Everywhere but them, whatever else to cleanse them and to get. I just can't. And I'm not gonna. So, fuck them and fuck y'all. And I've still not went full tit for tat or anything around here in all these years. So bite me. Do tell us more about how imagine being a neighbor of. I don't know. I know that at my house, I wasn't having homeless transit, like all the crazy shit. There was no dope activity. There were no fucking RSOs visiting fucking property, hanging out, being brought to the fucking neighborhood, none of that shit. It's the fuck I know. I always knew where my children were. I know I was the neighbor contacted along with many others every time they would get eyes off of theirs or whatever else, or contacted for what do we do about cuts and boo-boos and how do we feed a newborn and all that shit. Though they had 45 kids, none of which had custody. Like, what the hell? That's what the hell I know.
Not really. Yeah, we hear you, but they dismiss it. They don't clear her. Now she, years later, she's like, oh, hey, guess what happened today, guys? I'm cleared. Total lie. She's very upset about a few different things. One thing that she's very upset about is a little test that I did when I went to Tennessee. It's no hard feelings, Jody Sue. It's no hard feelings, but she's such a moron. We get to review the.
It wasn't a test. Buddy, we're still waiting on you and Noel to put it out as promised. And I can tell you were fucking lying when you were up the driveway trespass on that shit, right? And you're like, yeah, I don't hear Noel. You should have see. So, years later from this video in the end of 24, we're still waiting for you and Noel to put it out. Go ahead. And then you explain to the public how you would have known any location to even attempt tests or recreate it or any of this shit. Go ahead and tell them. I'd love to know. I'm sure the world would too. How do you conduct tests when you don't know shit or the areas or anything? I mean, how would you do that anyway? But I can tell you in Noel line, just like you already on on the video y'all did put up. Yeah, I can't hear Noel. Can't hear Noel. And we'll put out the rest of Noel's portion of it and how we recorded all this when we get back. And never seen it. Alright, we're still waiting on it, big boy. You only come back here from, basically getting hit pieces on Dawn's least favorite people. Me and McDonald. Both of which were easily debunked and bullshit from the get. Yeah, it looks like you were just hitting that, targeting and causing harassment up and whatever with that shit, and then you've continued and you're doing it. Still yet. As evidence in the last few days. So, I don't know. But yeah, I'm certainly in my feels about it. It's just that I keep asking for this test, and then I want you to explain to the public how you would have known or recreated or where exactly you think these things were heard or seen from or any of that. Did CART team or other specialized units or the TBI or law enforcement share with you? Did you get whole ass cabins put back in place to do it from, or what was the deal? Yeah, okay. Well, wait. Just like we're still waiting on Jenny and Chasing and Adrian's. Alright. Still waiting. Skilo, rest of them.
We get to review the review and see through the lens of what Jody Sue sees when she watches and interprets YouTube. So we'll break that down when we get there. But I'm going to need moderators. Do I have anybody who can translate Swahili? Do I have anybody who speaks fluent Swahili in the house? Because,
You remember in the last live, if you're here for it, that I did, and then we started this one not long ago. You remember how he was like, somehow about the black dildos and all that, and instead of white ones, and as racism and all that leaked out in that way. It's just like, and then remember when he wrote that little kindergarten letter to Dawn, and he was like, he just yeeted out the name Jamal, and how he was going to pay Jamal to rape Dawn, and whatever else. Yeah, that, and, because that's what an advocate is, he'll get, whatever. But Jamal came out, and then he was in his feels about black dildos, And now here we have him going to somebody who speaks Swahili, which is mostly a what land and where in what country? It's wild he picked that, ain't it? Don't you think? It's almost like he just can't contain his little inner Nazi stuff, you know? It's almost as if. He just can't stop leaking the Nazi. And that. But no, don't say he is, because he'll get in his feels about it, y'all. We wouldn't want him in his little tiny feels and riding on our dicks and comparing views for weeks or running hit pieces on us or talking bad or anything, because, you know. No bless. We'd never survive it or anything. You know? I mean, good Lord. I think I got the right one plugged up. I do. I do. So anyway, yeah. And it may go down here. It's like if it doesn't battery chasing, then I'll be back. But anyway, I thought I had it plugged up so soon. So anyway, yeah, Swahili, you just picked it out like he did Jamal and the other racist shit that he likes, like, and the homophobia, he combined that all at once. That had to do with LGBTQ and racism at the same time. You know, wildly enough, and sex. The dude is freaky and weird and icky as fucking jail, and then some. He also is known to give Mountain Dews blowjobs and Hail Hitler signs. That's why Lockdown gets real mad if Benny Keys threatens to take Jailer's hat and he's gonna come here with MGL and all his group and his friends. Y'all probably missed that if you weren't here for last live and his own word. I just don't know what to tell you. He just can't stop.
When it comes to Jody Sue, you're listening to somebody. It sounds like the lady drank a fifth of vodka, went to McDonald's, ordered a supersized Big Mac with extra gummy bears in there, some down rods, cement, and some friggin' glass.
Did he say down rods? And glass and cement? Oh, what the hell? Gummy bear? Like, see, here's what it says. It comes in again, man. Well, years ago, he's clearly aware of the cancer, speech disability, and then here he is. And still yet, even in the comments through and last night in my chat, mumbles this, mumbles that, attacking people over disabilities, which, by the way, Lockdown is a violation in terms of service. Per Google, not just you. Civilly, it's all another thing else. I don't know, buddy. Do you?
That's what she said.
But 22 Matt was all like, that lady's been through the cancer and stuff. It's so hard, and y'all should lay off on her. Nah, boy can't stay consistent. He doesn't know what an advocate is. Not for domestic violence, not cancer, not anything. He doesn't know what it is or what it means. Not in the least. An advocate, what? What is an advocate again?
She's chewing when she's talking. You cannot understand what the fuck this lady's saying. But if I can have somebody possibly maybe translate the nonsense, then we'll get through this tonight. Before we do that, in my members right now, I have a conspiracy theory that I found on some alt platforms. It is about
a conspiracy theory you found. On alt platforms, okay. Perfect.
the store and the company, Wayfair, being involved in human trafficking. Okay, there's receipts with this. If you're a member of mine, it's in
Yeah, how many years I just can't stick. I just can't.
now. And to go all true and also the chain gang doing its time. It's not like that. I want to explain and clarify some things. So be on the lookout for that. Okay. But I also found another conspiracy theory, quite a few actually, and I've just been going down some wormholes. So I'm going to bring you guys with me. Just let me this I get back in the groove. Give them a shot.
And the thing is, they are conspiracy theory. They're building their narratives, propaganda. They make us this rabbit hole, whatever, and they know what works. And they know y'all are spongy for the conspiracy shit, the political shit, which they're also pumping into the realm, like him and Hills in the air and all that died. He just loves to, like he does JLR's racist ass and all that. They're changing not only online stuff or affecting laws and rights across the country and otherwise, they're changing the political landscape, making you all spongy. They're the ones pushing out propaganda and the wording and all that, and the same cue techniques and tactics they're using against you in all realms. They're pushing it out of the world, and then y'all are more liable to bite over here too, and they know they're working within the same demographics of people who, they know what they're doing, man.
Give them because these moron TikTokers are trying to hit the. I don't know how I'm going to figure it out, right?
And they really are hoping all of y'all are morons. That he wants to keep mentioning it. They really do hope everyone around here is a moron.
You're watching on Getter, you might...
Or gullible, or spongy, as they pump out this bullshit inside of political shit, just like jail or all the buddies, all these things do. Him, Bullhorn, the rest, and online is festering them. It's like Hills in the Air did, I don't know how many identities, pumping out propaganda through the years. So many others, Crime Sleuth, so many middles and ABs and all of them, right? So many do this, and especially around bigger situations, protests, anything else. And, as far as I can see, y'all are as close to paid actors as it gets, and provocateurs and pretend whatevers, and the closest to bust in by Soros motherfuckers I've ever seen. Y'all are where it comes from, because you all absolutely profit and are paid for and get the dirty work done and do all the things and try to set off certain shit and political events and riots started and all that. Yeah. Tragedy Pimp actors, and they crisscross. It's great. It's like they really are the true devils of the entire fucking world at this point. Because without their helpful propaganda for years, we might not have bombs flying right now. Yeah, online culture. This little cesspool magnified, normalized propaganda. These people and all this political shit as well for years. And I can tell you that because I found some of these motherfuckers, oddly enough, years before Summer vanished inside of the political shit. Like JLR and AB and all them, and crypto movements and all the shit they were doing and around things like Standing Rock and all it. And Hills in the Air and all them, and that propaganda they've pushed out through the years is definitely part of society now, and why people are so apt to hate all this. I mean, it's had a dire effect. Even these little nobodies. And they profit off of it mightily. And they hide the money in each realm by giving it in the other, and then it looks cleaner and all that too. So it's a way of hiding as well. Trying to get by with whatever.
Able to live chat with us. I'm working on that. I am aware of it. I'm working on it right now because I don't know if it's bandwidth or what. Right now, I stream on. Right now, we're streaming on Getter, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, and Rumble. So right now, as
Like, I think at this point, this many years in, the only thing this dude doesn't have is OnlyFans, and he actually might. It's just hidden. Like, Ernie's stuff's hidden. I'm just saying. Seriously.
that we're live, I
Talking
just have
about
my YouTube
thirsty.
family able to be comment. Okay, I'm trying to fix that, and I'm working on it. I am aware of it. Okay, so I've been seeing you guys' comments over there. Okay, so I just want to let that be known. And you know, this and have a psychic assistant. Have a psychic assistant, people. Okay, I want to show you guys this. You probably know.
And it's wild. Most of his people also flip between Ziggy's and Seraphina's. A lot of his little tamper setups and those who attempt to set myself and family over and over and over again. In the background, in front of, all that, seem to come from the psychic realm. It's like Ryan and everybody else's bullshit around here. They all definitely clap ass cheeks and make the world go round for each other, don't they? Mm-hmm. Yep, it's part of the song and dance brigade there. Sure is. But no, they never steer you wrong. All the tarot cards and dowsing rods and whatever, it's all just real. I have no idea what song that was or what they were listening to, but that was something. I hope they just were not like their stereo system wasn't adjustable, because, oh boy, that was something. Sound like poor banjo with its cords being ripped out, man. What is that about? You know? What is that about? So I don't know what tune that was playing. I hope it makes them happy today. Play whatever tune makes you happy. Alright.
That case. If you're a fan of true crime, you probably know that Jody Sue is.
Oh, look.
What's that? What was it? I can understand Mr. Poop a little bit better than Jody Sue. Speaks better English, actually. So let me just do a fast recap of the case. Very fast recap. Yeah, a 2-minute thing here. If you didn't see the
This grown ass man has a poop emoji on a stick. Can I rest my case? Can I? You think? I'm gonna get some ice real quick. I'm just making sure it's gonna let me touch my buttons this morning. Without anything else insane happening. Let's try it again. If I disappear, it's this fucking thing again. Let me see. I don't even know if it's still. Oh, yeah. It's actually charging now. Look at that. Alright. I'm gonna gently touch a button. Dun, dun, dun. trying to be very precise. I think I might be back. That's fucking empty. Let me see. Ah, shit. Okay, I think I'm back. I got the circle of doom over here for a second. Oh dear. Anyway, alright. So let's just see what the
I
hell.
put out today that a remix from Mr. Vinny. I'm going to play you his court TV thing where he's talking about people having tunnel vision on the case. This is so important because whether it is the JonBenet Ramsey case, whether it is the Sebastian Rogers case, but for tonight, and more importantly, I can't say more importantly, but for tonight, and specifically, the Summer Wells case, there's a lot of tunnel vision. And it was so refreshing to hear this man say that.
Where does that tunnel vision come from anyway? And whoever y'all directed that. How does that happen? And don't get us started on McDonald. That boy ain't nothing but tunnel vision. Or what about conspiracies around JonBenet and all that shit? I believe that would be some of the members of Cold Case that are really famous for that, being caught fucking around. Shit and that too. It's fine. Just ignore it. Including those who have been used by this realm, like Jensen and Moselle, who are ass winkles of McDonough over there, fucking around in and around Summer's case, and with all of us and Moselle targeting us with active orders in place, and doing a double, it's fine. With his crew doing it. And McDonough's proven that he yeeted away all the evidence. Like a good cop would do, right?
Because I've been saying this for a long time, but at the same time, I gotta put a little bit of blame on Vinny himself for platforming Chris McDonough, that moron. But let's get
Vinny didn't platforming. What? Tiffany, that what? Oh my god, I can't even. You talking about the extra? You know what? Fuck it. Okay.
Do this. Let me refresh everybody really fast. Let's go over there. I don't even want to do this because I could do this. Hold on. Let's see. Can I do it? I can. Let's see. We'll have to go back. But where's it at? Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Here we go. So it should be right here where I shared it.
I'm gonna shave both of my cats. They're shedding where it's getting more. They're killing me, bro. I keep brushing them and they keep shedding and it's flying everywhere. It's killing my allergies and shit as well to them. I swear I'm gonna shave them. I'm gonna tell the neighborhood I suddenly adopted 2 hairless cats. You think they'll believe me?
YouTube has a new thing. If you don't know, yeah. So YouTube has a new feature, guys, on the share button. I'm sure you guys already know this, but what the hell? Nobody can even see me. When you share the video now, or you want to share, if you're watching a live or a video, you can share the video or the live at a specific timestamp. Like if you want to share the video to somebody, if you don't know what a timestamp is, and you always hear these words or whatever, you don't know how to you don't know how to physically write it out. You can actually watch the video or the live and hit share at the moment or the time that you want to share something to somebody, and it's got a new feature which is pretty cool. I'm so happy they did this. I don't know how long it's been like that, but anyway, let's get refreshed with this real fast. This will take just a second, and then we'll jump to these TikTok morons. Very important that the TikTok morons. I'm gonna be getting into their asses a little bit, people, because it's been getting out of control lately with these.
It's always something about private parts with him, you know?
There's people out of control.
This is a guy who has written incriminating letters, like confessing. But like we know, John Mark Carr fooled everybody. The same could be the case with this man, you know, writing incriminating letters, although...
And by the way, this fucking place and the other one, the News Nation, they keep having them motherfuckers like McDonough, Dolly, jail, the rest of them, you know. And Justin, who they kicked his nice used teeth in for doing the fuck shit with Nancy Grace, even she couldn't tolerate that much fuckery, which tells you how much fuckery. But they keep platforming and hosting people like Moselle and Jansen. And then it lends to the public thinking they're fucking credible and believing shit they put out or shit like Moselle does. And then they're all under the cold case umbrella. And McDuff is in charge of that, as long as they pay their dues, obviously, and he don't give a fuck who'll join, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Right? And it's like Jensen and Moselle and all them were up there pumping out the bullshit about, you know, Brian possibly being the Moab murders, whatever, right? And those two women, and all this shit, and the Axarks crap, and misdirection, and whole public and world. We're looking here, there, and everywhere else, because of McDonough, Moselle, Jansen, the rest. It's happened many times, you know, and yet they keep giving these people seats on their fucking news channels, and the rest of the public, a lot of them only watch those news channels. They aren't even aware this shithole exists, or what these people are doing, or that they're not the experts I'd trust now. You know, they'll just have anybody up there these days, apparently. Anybody. You know, so yeah. But I don't know, like, seriously. It's wild when you realize how high the whole tragedy pit thing goes, ain't it? Who all profits from it? What the incentive is? Weird.
Not being responsible for it, for whatever reason. Mental illness or just what he is. But this guy is an actual convicted pedophile. Child pornography. I mean, this is in the zone of things you would suspect him potentially of. And he was apparently living in Boulder at the time. Now, he had a high school classmate named Michael Vale who says that Gary called him before the story broke on the news.
I believe they put out all that bullshit too. All those remake that they put out the whole, yeah, kept going that, even though it'd been debunked, you know, all the shit, whatever, you know. And then Moselle's been caught a few times swearing her favorite case. She's really said, no, I don't know about John, but I ain't really covered it. But then there's years worth her actually doing so. I don't know about you, but everybody should just want and crave a lying lie bag, professional. Alright. All of them are just ridiculous.
He calls him to say that he did something to a little girl, which was like seemingly like a confession.
I don't want to listen to this.
Of sorts. This call, one of the
Wayfair and human trafficking. There's a video. There's a reason why I'm on Chris. That he's not fun.
Nope.
John Bennett.
So wait, did you really just put my name in this title and then do this shit? Okay. And then you titled it Jody C. Brown officially lost her mind. What?
You're like Canadian JLR over there. Dead serious, people. dead serious. Let's have a gander.
Company Ramsey.
Let's keep going. Before I have some other ones that are pretty shitty. We'll get to them last. Okay.
Do you suffer from a mental illness? Are you delusional? Do you suffer from a mental illness?
Oh, wait.
Are you delusional? Do you suffer from a mental illness?
Hold on.
Are you delusional? Do you suffer from...
A child snatched from her bed in her own home possibly have to do with national security. A May 2016, a local politician...
Whoa.
Oh, wait, and then everybody got bored with that, it looks like. And then it looks like he might put up a piece about me. Hold on. See what's going on.
Christmas on the Merry Tragedy, Pimpin, and the bullshittery. And
so we're going to start here at, now, mind you,
See, he leaked earlier when he was giving. Did you know you can send a video now and it has the automatic timestamp you want? Oh, it's because. See here, he's like, oh, we're gonna start at. It's because somebody sent it to him. Maybe more and told him a new trick, which is you can share it at a timestamp, and that's why. See, whatever. Somebody did it for him again.
There's zero comments. There's zero comments.
Who sent this to him and told him this, or he thought it'd be good at him and Noel winner? That wouldn't be work.
So you spewed up such a good ass fortune on me that zero people commented. Now I don't know if that's because they don't understand what the fuck you're saying or not, but let me do you a favor, okay? Let me do you a favor. Let me give you at least something for the algorithm. I'll just shit in your driveway a couple times, okay? Now, she's very mad that I did a test.
Not bad, because you didn't do a test. You're full of shit, and you're liars. And I keep calling it out. I keep asking her. And you can't produce it. And what you did on that driveway, everybody knows is bullshit. So, you know, just calling you out. Like I started this channel for us to call the Tragedy Pimps out for the Tragedy Pimp bullshit, misleading of misinformation, disinformation, narrative, you know, all that. Staying consistent, man.
If you could hear a scream from her house to down in Candace's. She's also mad that I'm a hitman also, guys.
And yet, there's always been videos up on this channel here and on Facebook that show that you can hear Summer and her brothers over there at 110 from 125 in different areas and all that, and how sound travels and how dogs sound, all this, So, clearly, somebody's lying here and creating a narrative and propaganda all the years, and it ain't me. And whoever said that's where anything came from anyway. According to Tiffany Marie, the news used a cow once, and so therefore Ace Ventura was hiding the cow's ass somewhere, and I don't know. According to Chasing, you talk at a normal voice at the bottom of the driveway, and well, if it was house to house, like you just said, then why was Noel down at the bottom of the driveway and hollering up, but you couldn't even hear her then? But then also you're going to play that portion of her recording down there to prove it. We ain't never seen it yet. Do it. You know how I know you're lying? Because I have videos. Over the years I lived there, you asshole. Of all of us. Interacting as a neighborhood, community, my children, etc. Up and down driveways, down the roadway, all that. Just like this stuff I already had over here for years, even before Jenny and Chasing and Adrian's and before your and whatever wifey there's bullshit to prove that y'all were all full of shit. It debunked y'all before you even began. And none of you yet can explain how in the hell you conduct any test anyway when you don't know where anything came from, or originated from, or how anything was. I mean, and you can't recreate, you have no hopes of recreating it. So do tell us. I keep waiting for an explanation. How in the world? See, that's the shit y'all can't just shoo away unless you just call somebody a liar, or crazy, or psycho, or whatever else, or you can't understand me. Keep people from listening and hearing the truth. Which is y'all are full of shit, and there's evidence and proof over here that cannot be denied that you all are tragedy vamps full of shit and doing this shit on purpose. You know, unless you say liar, 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 liar enough. And people will eventually become, you know, to where they're like, oh yeah, she's lying. And oh yeah, we can't understand her unless you're playing wildly enough for videos and lives. Weird, I marble, but you couldn't play my live just fine. It's sent to you by someone else to play it. And you and your audience can understand me just fine. Strange, eh? It's almost like you've always wanted people to believe that the only way they can watch or understand me is if you all play my lives where you want it to and the shit you want to put out. But then often you'll hear that, oh, we enhanced it, or we changed tones, or we did hard work to it. No, you're just playing my shit, but wild enough you can understand it. Your audience can understand it. Oh, but if they come over here and watch anything full context, you don't want them to do that. For a good reason, do you? That's right.
Well, the title says, White Boy Lockdown, the dumbest hitman, tragedy pimp, weaponized criminal creator on earth.
I'll stand by that.
Just the title itself, how am I a tragedy pimp? What families am I exploiting? Like, what families am I exploiting? What families are tired of me?
Summers, Petitos, mine, everybody else you can get your hands on, Sebastian's, well, everywhere else you've crept in at, you know, all of their whole communities, neighbors, witnesses, all of them. That babysitter and Quentin's. So Quentin's Terrell, the rest of your group.
Asking them, like, this lady is let's have a listen. Let's have a listen, okay? We're at 2 hours and 20 minutes into her.
And he knows that how it's on his mind fresh how it's because somebody taught him you can send it directly at the timestamp. And you start out. They taught the Nazi a new trick, and
Plastic live here. This is a very educational lesson here, people. Get ready for some philosophy here. Get ready for some true fucking wisdom.
McDonough, you come back to these pieces on that were blatantly lies, and there's proof and evidence. They are, including McDonough's video. It shows that bedroom on like that. And then my videos that...
Yeah, you could absolutely, and everybody across the internet called you out for it, white boy. You can compare McDonough's piece and Dawn Candace's to yours. Nuh-uh, what was mindfucker he tried to pull to hit at McDonough, one of Dawn's least favorite too. Everybody called you out for that fuck shit too, you and Noel. It's almost like you just came here to get hit pieces and bullshit. Then you and Noel blatantly saying you're gonna come here to harass and do the tragedy pimp shit at Bomb Driveway where you still thought I lived. And then you came by here stalking around being like, oh, we've seen the candles in our bedroom window. They went back with a fake scream test like the rest. Totally nuts. Unhinged. Crazy. Psychotic. I'm lying on poor all them. Fuck.
You and Noel are fucking lying messages throughout the years between Candace, Dawn, and I, etc.
What the fuck is she talking about?
So she's very upset about my test. Very upset about my test that I did. But let's work through it.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Oh, this gets good.
Evidence.
Listen to this. I haven't even told you about this yet.
But then you went back.
Let's listen to it.
Believing that your intent was to.
Hey, when she starts talking about TM, listen, because she does this fucking, she does this like one of the best solids ever. Listen.
Press, little eye. You come here, you do just that. You drive by here, tell the world what's, candles better than windows of center. So stalking can be on purpose. Making sure to know where you're at, this and the other. And, but yeah, and then you do go back.
And they had to ask or whatever, and somebody had to tell them where we're at, didn't they? Because before they came here, they thought we were still living on Ben Hill. And they were prepared to have no one else scream and yell and trigger me until I come down and gave them man. What? That's totally not tragedy, Pimpin. But in the rest of the cases, they'll tell you that shit. Him yelling him, his buddies, pull is wrong, and they shouldn't be doing that in neighborhoods, communities, and the people. Pimpin, well, we're gonna come here and do it.
You do something with my name in it. And you also commit a crime against Monster and his family, which is trespassing. The mail.
Okay, I like.
Hey, Monster didn't said he was trespassing. Monster also said some bitch stole the mailbox, and he trespassed on Fred's too. So, like, I don't know. Right?
Did not understand what she said before the trespassing. She said that I committed a crime. She goes, and then you committed a crime for trespassing. So let's rewind. I want to hear the trespassing.
I do remember in the way back asking him if he did actually take that mailbox to please return it because it held important things that actually mattered to Monster, like, so. I was nice enough to do that wildly enough. Shouldn't have. I don't care. Anyway, I think there was other further bullshit on the mailbox. I don't know. I don't care at this point. Not any longer, anyway.
Again, she goes, and then you came here and you committed a crime trespassing. So, some comments. I'm looking at you right now. I need you. Please, for the love of Jesus Christ, what the fuck did she just say?
I'm seriously not even joking. It's good not
In this area that you all are, for some reason, fake testing and come back to it. I don't know what you're gonna do because I was sharing the messages where Candace and Dawn can even hear stuff coming and going from that spot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he forgets that too. Where Dawn's like, yeah, I could hear her and her kids screaming and being beat on by Andy, and then he forgets all the messages, or he doesn't even know about them because Noel's not done the research and made him aware or anything, and he can't retain knowledge on his own anyway. And he can't read where the fuck. But yeah, the messages where Candace and Dawn are even talking, and throughout the years being like, yeah, we could hear this, or cars that, or whatever, and so-and-so's in driveways, or see certain things, or hear, yeah. Just have many forms of proving y'all full shit. All of you. Throughout all the years.
So then I guess you have to ask clients why they wouldn't have heard something. I don't know, man.
Here we go.
Okay.
Wait.
That's it. That's what I'm gonna call this one. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna add, I don't know, fuck you and your clients. It's weird, right?
Oh, I went back to. I'm sorry.
So obviously, we all agree that and McDonald was lying. Bro, it was insane what you did. Either way, man.
I say that because I was going through receipts and messages and all, and came across something. It's just wild. I might do it.
Here it is.
You came here with the intent UNOL announced that you were going to harass and torment and terrorize, do whatever shit, Lil and I. And then you went back and eventually released this.
So she says before I left, I announced that I was going to harass her and Lou. Who the frig is Lou? What is that, her dog?
Really?
Or her kid? Chat, who is Lou? What a complete moron. Listen, spoiler alert. The lady says that I talk about her tits a lot. Lady, tell me that you want me to tell me that you want me to think about your tits without telling me that you want me to talk about your tits. And then she's upset.
You might remember him putting up pictures and the videos on it. We went over this last live stream. Alright. Yeah, he did that. He did that. Whole live about my tits. And he does enjoy showcasing other people's body parts. Noel loves it. He's fixated, not asphyxiated, locked down like you said earlier, but he's fixated on Cher's ass cheeks and my tits and Benny's dick and anybody else's parts he can think of for any given week. And Noel loves it. It's weird and creepy.
It's so weird, people.
And he's always talking about everybody else's sex life and preferences and making up scenarios and always. It's pretty gross. You should probably have a talk with your man, girl. You know, you really should. You really should. Should probably fancy him up a little.
The criminal element and the criminology degree here, people, I want you to keep up with. So, I know, I got it all down pat. I figured it all out. It took me hours, but I have it down pat. So here's what she doesn't understand. So I did a video when I went to Tennessee. I announced that I was going there. Jody Sue. This was actually the last time she was making videos of me. She got all really weird. So I made another video. I'm like, Jody Sue's acting really weird that I'm going to Tennessee. It's all on my channel, people.
No, it was because you and Noel want to be fucking ridiculous and say you're going to terrorize us, scream and raise hell at the bottom of the driveway where you dumbasses thought I lived, and then, took exception to that. You see, I'm sorry, was I not supposed to call you that? Oh, dear. And then make you look like what you proclaim you aren't, which is a tragedy vent. Pretend to be an anti-tragedy vent. Cahooting with JLR and crew all these years. Doing the same exact shit they do. And then some. With and for them still. Just like this shit with you and JLR. I'm pretending to be a domestic violence advocate. Bullshit, you and JLR and Nerdy and everybody else just siphoning the views and all, especially coming right off of Guthrie and his bullshittery, and you're enjoying, you gonna miss me this shit. So yeah, bro, stop it.
This is all documented. But she in Jody Sue's world, in her reality, she has to hold the narrative of that area. She wants to hold the key to the Summer Wells case. She gets very...
Nope. And I have always told people, anybody tells you they hold the key, they are the key, that's full shit. Somebody has to have something that has to, fit with all the other stuff already gotten or will be gotten by the feds and law enforcement. That's just how it is. And I've always said, anybody tells you everybody's full shit. So, no, I'm not like, oh God, I gotta do it. No. No. And, see, talk about narratives and bullshit, buddy.
Weird if anybody
And I hold the what to the area? No, I don't. I don't know what it was he said, but that's a no too. I just don't like tragedy bumps. I don't like bullshit you do to anybody in this community or target. I don't like the crap. I don't like the bullshit. I don't like what you do in other cases and other communities. And I don't like any of it. I don't think any of you should be in the ground or heading anywhere or harassing, acquiring. No, not about that life. I want changes made to where y'all can no longer do that, nor can anyone else. Period. It ends. It stops. Only law enforcement and law enforcement invited motherfuckers get to be anywhere near a case, a scene, or there are consequences. That's it. You know? Period. I want it stopped. You know, it's just how I feel about it. So, deal with it or don't.
There and does vlogging or searching, whatever it is, you cannot find a video of her speaking positive about anybody going there doing anything. It doesn't.
Not unless it's law enforcement, feds, etc. Not really. Nope. And you won't. Not if it's tragedy, pimp. Absolutely not. Stayed pretty consistent throughout all these years with that.
Who it is. In this marble mouth rant, she's mad at chasing. She's very upset about cracking cases. So she's very mad about me going there, but she's trying to
cracking cases. Who knew what they and Amy Tate were putting out had already been eons before he'd even done erased evidence that he got the tweaker that was tweaking on the news with Summers Brothers right before they were taken to tell lies, Sanchez's and everybody else and all that shit. And yeah, I took a little bit of an exception to that, especially the junkie, though, you know. And then, like, you and your propaganda bullshit, too, and crap, I mean, I take exception to it, you know. And wait, remember all the lives where he's like, oh, yeah, leave this woman alone, her and her children, all that, you know, but, yeah, so, Cayman Alley were some of the pushers in of the targeting of my children, and continuing it from where Squad left off, and all the shit, and the rest of it, you know, and then the shade began, you're clearly ready to tell people to stop, and yeah, I took some exception with Cayman Alley, and they're a bunch of liars, and all the shit that lifted all it, and targeting, you know, and then you and Noel pronounced before you got here that you were gonna, you know, terrorize the shit out of us at where you thought we lived and whatever, yeah. You know, and chasing, who, much like you, did fake scream tests, I already knew, was trying to database me, all the bullshit about her I needed to know. I mean, yeah, the one who's always stamping bullshit and put a stamp on that Cayman Alley shit and the twisting of and whatever, and acquisition of Monster in order to, and all the shit, and piled around Penny and Jenny and Adrian still does, and yeah, I don't like her much either, obviously. It's not really changed through the years.
Spin in her Jody Sue marble mouth way. She's trying to say that because what I said about Dolly flying his drones over their house and what I have going on with that situation, she's trying to turn this on me. So we're going to see how good of the law she understands, because we have to understand she's not cleared. She's not cleared, and this is a suspect in the case. Now,
but clearly by this point, he's wearing, he keeps trying to hit at that and target it. Probably because somebody in the core group wants him to, or somebody's in their feels. Once again, I'll ask, who's actually in their feels about Pruitt actually saying those words? Ain't me. And I don't care if they're true or not, or they have their own reasons for saying them to the public, like they said to our face. I don't care. But somebody, it seems like around the core group or something, wants that annihilated and yeeted off the face of the earth. They don't want the public to know that, and something about it bothered them. What and whom could it have bothered to hear Jody Sue's not a suspect out of Pruitt's mouth? To this degree, to where you all try to annihilate. You know, it's pretty telling, honestly. And not about me. Y'all didn't, and whoever they are didn't have much reaction to the Andy thing, or anytime y'all just want to clear somebody's YouTubers or any of that, or yeah, whatever. Or like, you know, Dudley even on said, well, they cleared him, you know, whatever. He was suspect, all this other shit, right? You know, so like, nobody hammered a that out. Like, what was the deal? Somebody somewhere takes great exception and doesn't like that Pruitt said Jody Sue's not a suspect. Who on earth could that be? Who was really in their feels about it? Maybe behind all that resides the answer. Certain shit. Don't you say? Because I might have been like, thank you, Pruitt. It's no different than we heard from him and TBI and others in person long before that. But he said it because he was fed up with y'all tragedy pimping, and Benny going, suspect Brown, threats on there. And he's like, basically, fuck you, Benny. That's pretty funny. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't care who they look at. I've always said that. I'll continue to say that. But somebody definitely felt some type of way about Jody Sue being outright publicly, you know, and you can't tell me Pruitt didn't know. Benny would have him recording or something, play, you know, whatever. Somebody is up in their feels and was about Pruitt saying Jody Sue's not a suspect. I don't know, maybe if you as tragedy pimps can narrow that down and back to source and who wanted that yeeted out of the universe and never heard, besides you all, of course, because if people heard that, then how would the hate train and money flow still work? And the channel building off of my name and the hate train that rams the shit out of everybody, right? Because that's where really a whole lot of the money's coming from, but into distraction shit. So I don't know though, but if there's a source to pinpoint and somebody that directed all that and wanted that not heard and wants it tamped down, besides just you tragedy pimps, somebody in the core group, maybe that could lead to answers for summer, you think? But I don't see any of y'all putting your little noggins together in a think tank and narrowing that down for us publicly or otherwise. But yeah, somebody certainly got up in their feels about Pruitt saying that. Wow, they...
She's been talking about this case for years. So we have to understand how much of the law does she understand right now, okay?
You've been talking about this case for years. Your ass has been in prison for lengthy amounts of time. Please explain to us how much of the law you understand. Federal, state, and local.
Follow me? Let's continue.
It's a lie. I can prove it's a lie. You did it for defamation, slander, intimidation, harassment, at the behest of the Wells or someone or yourself, whatever. I don't care. But considering it
for English, press 1.
Was I McDonough you come back to these pieces on that were blatantly lies, and there's proof and evidence. They are, including McDonough's video. It shows that bedroom on like that, and then my videos that prove you and Noel are fucking lying, messages throughout the years between Candace Dawn night, etc. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's evidence.
Damn, it's almost like I've remained consistent in what I've said about these tragedy pimps for years. Damn near verbatim. It must be because I'm reading off a script and small people are kicking me under the table or something. Like Cher, another one of his tragedy pimp brethren, said one time. Right? Like somebody's forced me to read from a script and I'm like, oh, that ain't narrative propaganda. Whatever, buddy. Anyway, yeah. It's almost like what I'm saying might be true. And what y'all are doing might be violating certain shit and definitely civilly and all that. Might be. And working in an organized group and directing and starting and continue to do that's, yeah, that's a no-no on federal levels. Especially when you're doing it over federal means of communication. And profiting off of the absolute intentional harassment. I've remained consistent in calling you out and repeatedly making you aware of it and telling you to stop, asking you to stop for years. You continue on, I'm going to keep calling you out for it. We'll keep combating it. Alright.
But then you went back. You announced full leaving there. Your intent was to.
Here it is. I told you. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's evidence. Hold on 1 second. What? 221. Watch. Hear me out. Watch it again. Listen, people. Turn it all the way up. Please turn it all the way up.
It was McDonough. You come back to these pieces on that were blatantly lies, and there's proof and evidence. They are, including McDonough's video. It shows that bedroom on like that, and then my videos that proved you and Noel are fucking lying, and messages throughout the years between Candace Dawn and I, etc. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's evidence. But then you went back. You announced full leaving there. Your intent was to harass little I. You come here. You do just that. You drive by here. Tell the world what's, candles better than windows of center. So stalking can main purpose. Making sure to know where you're at, this and the other. And, but yeah, and then you do go back and you do something with my name in it. And you also commit a crime against Monster and his family, which is trespassing.
Okay, whose family? What the fuck is going on here? What planet are we on, people? What planet?
I think y'all could understand that, right? I could understand it. Said he committed crimes of trespassing against most of his family, etc. It's a crime. If he did something in the mailbox, that's federal crime. Right? Trespassing's local and all that state type shit, charges. Fucking around mailbox is a federal. So, I don't know how much the law you understand, Lockdown. Stalking is a thing, and intentional harassment, doing it at the direction of others, profiting, a whole nother ballgame. Civilly and legally, dude.
Okay, so what I interpreted out of this is, so I got footage of when I went to Tennessee. What are you talking about with your name in it? If I don't know who his family is, but if you're referring to when I walked on your old property where Andy lives, if you're calling that trespassing, well, moron, dirt. Wouldn't you? How would you know what permissions I have?
I don't give a damn. I mean, you were clearly like, oh, well, I don't know if he's here or not. Let's walk up here and say you were trying hard, bro. And if you'd had permission and you'd think you'd walk straight to the door and not yelled to see if he's there. Probably had the next door telling you whether he was coming or going or all that, Just my assumption. And then the fact that you said you met Andy as you and Dom were going down the road, you just talked to him for a split second, and he seemed like a cool dude and all that. I don't know, Bubby. Seems like he would have been with you or whatever else. Just like he was Ryan, if he wanted to jump out, you would have come back with a 125 piece like Ryan did, all that shit, right? But then again, you see, hear tell word of mouth through the community is he already got his heckin' ass chewed by family and otherwise for having other tragedy films like Jenny and Adrian and up there. So are Piper sleeping in the driveway and shit, and that type of crap. People wanted her gone, removed properties, etc. Yeah, I said multiples. You know, that type of crazy shit. And it was sudden, better not happen again, etc. Because there are multiple people that own that property. So, and have to give permission for any access to it. So, whatever, that was just here till it around the area. Carrying on.
May not have had before I went to where I went to. You don't. You're such an idiot. You weren't even there. You had been moved. When I was in Tennessee, I drove by your little trailer because you live with your mom. You live with your mom. And the light was on and you were screaming. I made a community post clowning you. But that was way on that.
No, you said you could see the candle shit. And they were only in my bed. Therefore, you did harder look than you just drove by. You can't see that from just there unless you come back and we watched it, so. And I was in live because even black you can, obviously see. Alright. So anyway, yeah, fucking miss me with the bullshit, dude. Okay. And you had to actively seek out and ask others where we live because you and Noel were oblivious. You did it intentionally. You had no business coming by here otherwise to even tell people what was in or around or how to identify or what was in my bed or any of that shit, dude. Fucking freak. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, wrong on about 40 counts there, though, See this shit I'm talking about?
Out of town when we went to the Summer Wells. It was her birthday / missing person event. I made the post. It's still up. I never deleted it. So what?
Y'all remember on the last live stream where he was like getting Summer's birthday wrong and all that? But writing letters in jail to Dawn, threatening him with Jamal. He was literally threatening, he just made up a name. He's like, oh, you see Jamal back there, he's going over, and I'm going to give him $10 to do it. Like, this is who the fuck you're dealing with. This dude that, even a made up scenario, he is writing to an inmate telling him that he's going to have him raped in jail. Knowing that Dawn will survive that, according to Dawn. And him making up a racist scenario where a black man rapes Dawn at his request or payment for it. That's wild. Who in the fuck thinks like that? Who now would even put that out as like a made up fairy tale thing? Yeah, okay, I think it's cool to tell the world that I would have a black man rape somebody and for money. I'm okay. That's your mentality. You paying for someone to be raped. That could even come out of your mouth. That's in your head to even come out of your mouth as well. But yeah, he and JLR, they're total advocates, man. And don't forget the last live stream, he shit on Mary and everybody else and all the other, but yeah, right now he's a domestic violence advocate with JLR, his buddy.
Talking about. Let's continue. This is your FBI agent, people.
JLR is the bad guy. He's Magnolia, blah blah. But oh well, Petito. He'd probably help cover up, cement bags, all that, blah, blah, and prayers to that lady's family, but, and let the kid get, all that. And marrying them ain't number liars, everybody's whatever, and, But this week it's popular to be anti-JLR, which they're all cooting with, playing with, and there's one of his little besties throughout the years while they've all played you all like fools. Yep, and they're all, and JLR's going to be fine with it, no matter what gets views for all of them, etc. But yeah, they're all pretending to be domestic violence advocates lately. And hating JLR. Really? And the fact that they hid this shit until they couldn't anymore, and even Chasing was doing live streams just days before being like, JLR's changed, he's a new guy, did that, and then people, it just ain't gonna age well. This shit's about to pop loose, no matter how hard we've tried to contain it with Magnolia, and so Chasing yeeted that fucking stream into private land real quick, like right after it went down. And then the shit come out not long after they'd hid it from us. See if they didn't know about Cooper JLR or any of that as much as that. Seriously, yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. And they hid it from you. Because JLR and Ernie only making money. And having during low tide season the views and subs to suck off of, and then the Guthrie thing, and they could not have that come out at that time. And now he's got big ass views. And that might be part of why it come out at that time too, but they wanted to cut him down a little and suck off his views. They do that. Other ones get whatever. I don't know, but anyway, they made, it came out. But all of them knew in the background for months. And they did not make y'all aware. Just like I knew Kim and Allie were having their issues for years, and they hid it from you. Just like they all want to pretend that Dawn ain't violent to Candace, right? Until it suits, and they're like, oh yeah, he is. They're like, no, he's not, blah, 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 or Candace deserved, or Candace this, or whatever else that. And then they're like, and then they're like, when it's time, Oh, it's the same song and dance. Anyway, carry on.
Lady always crying.
They're advocates, though, guys. They're total advocates. They're all about that reporting.
How the TBI actually is not doing a good enough job. And I don't know, actually, what's wrong with the TBI? Why aren't they doing enough work? Gosh darn it. Because if
and that's why I'll come in, like, is he like Stacy Slay, the fake fed? Is he in there pretending to be the paper boy, the UPS guy, everything else, privy to everything? Is that it? Right? And don't forget, Slay had a helper too, supposedly, according to them. But anyway, yeah, what the hell? Is he Jenny and Adrian under people's bed? What the fuck? How would he know? TBI giving him weekly updates on their caseloads, what they're doing. Why are they not doing that? I don't know, because you and Benny are worried about calling in baskets of dildos and Ernie and each other and horse shit and hoax calls and goddamn garbage and creating propaganda and narratives that get wahoos thinking crazy shit, calling in 40,000 times a day. As you twist and narrate and propaganda the fuck out of everything we say. I can't imagine. But yeah, how dare he speak on what the TBI is or is not doing. It's fucking fantastic. Or they're not doing enough. I mean, every time they say, I'm like, okay, then well, you go do it there, you one-man super detective, Superman motherfuckers, you. I mean, you been over here, where, have you solved it yet? Have you figured out what, huh? Fuck you.
Just put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. I'll solve it. I'll solve it, I'll tell you.
Really? How many years now?
The mailbox also disappears. You seemingly know about it, and that it was a theft even before meeting Monster.
Why show us at the doorway yelling things? It's like Ellie 2.0. It's ridiculous. At least we want to hear a lot. Well, you do. Come here, Noel. Come here, Allie. Tell them whatever, get all the things ready so your man can go on live. Whatever. I was always at the doorway somewhere right there. Like PJ is for Dolly and Allie is for Cam and whatever. Like, y'all gotta stop supporting these men who can't do their own research. If they want a channel, let them do it. Y'all go enjoy some spa days or something. Shit, check out. Quit doing all their shit for them and just putting them on. Stop it. Jesus Lord.
I don't. What a moron. So I specifically said on my first live, you'll notice a pattern here. She watches all my videos trying to get information.
No, I don't. Nor have I ever. But you, much like the other crazies, I was like, she watches everything I say. No, I don't. Never have. Never will. No, I don't. Y'all do, or your subs do, or your wives do, though. Hang on it all in the bushes. Record it all. Just in case you can find some content in it. Profit off of it and do whatever, Yeah.
And then she tries to, like, I guess I give her credit for watching so much YouTube and trying to learn how to try to gaslight, but you need to be arrested for attempted to gaslight because you can't even get it together correctly. You can't even get it together correctly. But what she's trying to say is the first day I was in Tennessee going to.
I ain't gaslighting, period. I ain't doing shit calling you out for what you've done. What you're doing. How you've done it. And you're over here like, you can't even do gaslighting, great? What the fuck? Quit projecting on me, you piece of shit. Nazi. Homophobic. Bigot. Xenophobic. Bastard. Tragedy pimp.
To Don's house, I went to the store with Don in his truck. We grabbed some beers, we grabbed some hot dogs, pack of cigarettes, whatever. Going back to the house, we ran into Andy, pulled over on the side of the road. This is why when Andy came in my chat the other night, I said what I said to him. This is exactly what I meant from it. But it was then Andy said, hey man, somebody stole my mailbox last night. Hey moron. I traveled from Florida. It's like 14 hours, Buttermouth. And it would be impossible for me to take any mailbox in the state of Tennessee. I just wasn't there, lady. But you're listening to things and you're trying to spin it. At least if you're going to spin it, take some deep breaths, breathe, and spew it out clearly. So at least the gaslighting is half believable. Because nobody understands what the fuck you're saying to begin with, but let's continue.
No fucking clue. If she said
No, I'd say that if you're weighing the scales between you and Dolly, I'd say that, you're way up there on that criminal scale.
Oh, yeah. Very scared about it.
Far beyond just droning and trespassing, bro.
what you gonna do about
I'd say if you got a mailbox, that's a federal thing.
She sure got a big mouth if somebody stands off camera and does it in the doorway. Oh, she... Huh?
And I'd say they take physical trespassing and airing it and all the
I think
shit.
she has actually come into the camera once, tries to be like, fuck you, just whatever.
And then doing hit pieces, targeting and for witness intimidation.
I know I've seen her come out of the doorway and yelling wherever the fuck she's at to yell at a few others over the years and, well, act like actual trailer trash. And there's been a few times she's come out of the doorway and wherever she is allowed to speak from. Lord, there's been a few of those. There's some that were real terrible. But whatever.
Discrediting.
It wasn't she threatened to beat their ass or something a few times, and she was gonna come up here and beat their ass. Was that mom? Was that cat? Who was that? I know she did that once or twice. She'd meet him here on Summer's Day. They're gonna beat the shit out of somebody at Summer's events or something. Because why not? It's sort of what their type do, tragedy pimps and that main provocateur circuit with the JLRs and MGLs and bullhorns. And Olivia's and JLR's and Justin's and whatever, right? ICUs, etc.
Saw shit for people.
Witness intimidation. Who did I intimidate? This lady.
Everybody. Like this
Lost.
is what I'm talking about for years.
What? I understand there was an admission of, turning a blind eye to people selling drugs in front of children. I understand that. And I understand she took a lot.
Nope. But wait, that last live stream went through. He proclaimed to the world that I had admitted that I had sold drugs to children and this and that. That wasn't true. See, it's all the bullshit of lockdown over there. So
For that. But when did she start consuming said drugs?
never. And they are implying that. Who are you, Ziggy?
Raping her.
When?
Until I started cussing her out.
Wait, when did she start consuming said drugs? Who have I intimidated that's a witness in the Summer Wells case? Lady, are you are on one. This is like desperation. This is desperation. Yeah, you're on a dozen.
I guess witnesses in an open and active investigation of tragedy.
What's called desperation, doing this repeatedly to cancer, domestic violence, blah blah, survivors, fighters, for 1,000 or so views, and to build your channel up on through the years till you get to this peak of pretending to be a domestic violence advocate, while the world can see clearly what you actually do to domestic violence fighters and survivors. As you and JLR play the public for fucking fools and cheat and milk them dry. Right? It's MGL's motto. She's taught all of you well. And she's also suddenly turned against JLR. Right. Give us all a break already.
I'd say they hit certain bounds, especially when I could include you in 6 or more.
Include me in what? 6 or more? Okay, how about this? Do it. Do it. By all means, I'll tell you what. If you can get me convicted on any of your FBI agent...
Lord of mercy, bless his soul. I don't know. Shit works out in its own time, don't lockdown.
And charges. I will pay you Cash App 3 times the monetary amount that you make off Google AdSense. This lady is off her, and if you can't, you have to.
Nobody told him by point of the group, but don't. Oh yeah, they had. There was. 24 was a weird year. He was well aware of it too.
And talk with Marble Mouth, but this has to be your face. Here's my bet. I'm going to pay you 3 times the amount that you would get paid off Google AdSense if you can get me convicted on any of your charges. And if not, you have to stream like this. Okay.
But wait, will it be different about that? Because that's already the propaganda used to tell the public I speak anyway. So what are you talking about? See, this is the horseshit shenanigans. I call shenanigans.
That's my deal. Oh, I know you're watching this. Let me just drop the link because you won't come up.
She ain't coming up. If she does, no one's gonna know.
And doing it through tech and online means. Yeah, bro, I'd say you're far advanced in Dolly.
And they do that. They'll drop these links where we're watching, and they'll be like, "You coward, you want to take the link? We know you're back there watching." Or like faking, and sometimes it is just, I ain't interested in arguing, whatever. But hell, I don't know, but whatever. They do it to pick up the drama. Looks like I got 1,000 views on this one. So, bless him. He worked so hard.
Tragedy Pimp horse races, and you're in the lead, lockdown.
Yup. Right now, you and jail are out there pretending to be enemies, and you are a domestic violence advocate is the fucking just chef's kiss on it all. You are truly both playing the world. All of you are attempting to anyway, and hoping everybody's a dumbass and don't catch on, doesn't know, doesn't hear these pieces or real people calling you out for you. You hope that nobody becomes aware. Oh my god, it's already almost 11. Don't walk across that. Just don't. Just don't do that. No, we're not gonna do that either, guy. Alright. What is it, buddy? What are you doing? Look at this. This is what I'm dealing with her. He's like, Mom, it's time. You've been ignoring me. Alright, alright. Alright, buddy. Alright. Anyway, guys. I think I'm done with this one. I don't even remember what I was saying. I don't know. But whatever. Apparently this one I had officially lost my mind. Right? Let's see what else is here for today.
I've been building out my capsule wardrobe and recently bought this pair of black slacks. I needed some inspiration for how to wear them, so I asked ChatGPT.
All right, look here, people. White Boy Radio everywhere. Smash and subscribe. Join the members. Follow the...
I'm just gonna play this one again. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back to...
Hey, what's up with it? All right, man.
Pulling up live to Brian Laundries. Let's listen again.
Address in here.
Turn right onto Diplomat Parkway East.
I was wrong about.
Continue on Diplomat Parkway East for 3 miles.
I was wrong about the amount of time it was, man. It's pretty far. It's like an hour. It's like an hour away, but we'll go live. We're still gonna go live. Screw it.
Then turn right onto Diplomat Parkway East. 1,000 feet. Turn right onto Northeast 14.
I get over there by Tucker's. I didn't put it on there. I know that.
Yeah, man, it's about an hour from the house, man. I thought it was about 30 minutes, so it said that at least whatever day I said I was going to go out here and go live. It actually said 50 minutes or something like that, so I had to get gas. Just want to give one shout out to Mr. Biden. You have the gas way too high, dude. You know, people are struggling out here, dude. You got to lower it, man. I don't understand why there's a war on gas, war on energy. That makes absolute no sense. We just had somebody in here who put America first and made sure the gas was cheap. But I mean, hey, look, I guess it's easy to point fingers and call people racist rather than appreciate somebody who has everyday living just cheaper for us. I don't know. I'm just a dumb bigot, so what would I know? But I mean, yeah, shout out to Biden for absolutely nothing. All right, look, I do want to say a couple things on this, man. I might probably continually repeat these couple things as this live goes. It's going to be a longer live stream, man. I can't see the comments right now. Shout out to Mrs. Whitey. She'll help me out with the comments. But, man, this ain't, I hate, well, let me say it like this. It sucks that for the family of this lady, Gabby Patino, you know, it sucks for her family. Much prayers to her family, man. I don't want people to think I'm trying to get clout off somebody that died or anything like that, man. Nothing like that. And another thing is, I don't know what I'm going to do when I get out here. Some part of me wants to... I've been following this case a lot. And the dude Brian was just seen, okay, over here where we're going. I'm going to the dude's house. I mean, like right to the house. We're going to pull up. Y'all got to tell me what we're going to do if we see him. You know, but you know, look, what do we do? What do we say? But another part of me is like this right here, man. I don't want people to get mad about what I'm going to say, man. Like again, man, pray for that woman's family, man. Big prayers, but you know, if the kid came home, man, and he said, "Hey, man, I did something, and I need your help, man." I would help him. I guess we'd be swinging by Lowe's and getting concrete bags. I don't know, man. Lime and stuff. I mean, again, prayers to the lady, but it's just tough, man. How many of you guys have kids? And what would you do if this happened? I mean, in the reality of the situation, man, I'm not saying like, it's tough, man. It's tough.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere.
Any other comments on?
So yeah, that's what he has to say about Petito and domestic violence victims, night help cover up and crimes, and these prayers to that lady's family, man. But champion of domestic violence and advocate you, right? And then let's go back to no, this one maybe. Right. Let's see if this is it. It's another I lost my mind with.
All right, look here, people. White Boy Radio everywhere. Smash it.
And this is June of 2022. When it was convenient, he thought he could acquire. Around the same time they all thought paperwork, monster orders, you know what? He thought he could be my little advocate, and he could suck me right on in with some nice butt wiping.
Join the members. Follow the social media. Look, man, you gotta leave this lady Jody Sue alone. It's getting a little bit out of control. A little bit out of control. They say, you are what you eat. And I listened to a video before, and I believe the woman ate a box of Airheads. Because she proceeded to say that out of her frustration for lack of answers in the summer. Well,
and he is talking about the notorious call that's over here in my videos or live somewhere, you know, it's no word shaves, Anton space, whatever, you know. And this other and others, and I think there's shorts or clips up too of the, you know, what all have y'all done, you know, it's got portions of it in there, but yeah. He is absolutely clearly referring to that.
And whatever have you.
Between Shay and Sims of the pretend super extra crazy at times they're worried motherfucker up here in PA. That does the most for the little group. Long.
She wanted to kill Jody Sue. Indeed, find her ex-boyfriend, man, the redheaded stud that he was. And at first I thought she said, I need to get a condom before I bang the dude because I don't want to get the stank puss on me. But then I had someone actually translate the hillbilly lingo, and it was actually that what was said was she didn't want to get her chemo puss on her. Okay. First off, everybody understands people getting frustrated. It's a little girl. Maybe people are more local in the area and want answers. Maybe people can relate to Summer. But hey, man, this is getting to an extreme. Wishing death on friends of the family is a little bit much. And we're all adults here. You could not. And then you got yourself so angry, you got horny. And then this is thirst on a different level, but to go after and ridicule anybody who's been through chemotherapy. Now, look, I don't know what the rumor is. Apparently, the lady Jody Sue has gone through chemo. And cancer is tough, people. And the rumor is, well, she's made up, she had chemo, and I can't keep up with all the shenanigans. Look, here's my message to people, man. Leave the lady Jody Sue alone. This is a bit much. I mean, Jesus Christ. And for anyone out there who has been through chemo, I tip my hat to you. Cancer's no joke. It should not be played. It should not be joked around with. Even if, and this is not towards anybody, because I don't know the rumor, but if one is to make up and joke or lie that they have chemo, and I'm not saying anyone's doing it, I tip my hat to you too. That's how serious cancer is. This is out of control. I've never seen someone get so mad she got horny. But to get so frustrated in lack of answers that you wish death upon somebody who was just a friend of the parents of the girl in the case is very contradicting to me. A lot of people will say, unfortunately, that maybe little Summer is not around anymore. That maybe that the worst thing possible has occurred. I don't know. And assuming that may be true. Why would you want that same thing to happen to someone who's friends of the family? If my friends that I've known for a long time did some shenanigans, I don't have anything to do with the shenanigans at play. We are friends. But what happens in his house is what happens in his house. What happens in mine is what happens in mine. Our friendship is our friendship. Now, again, I could be completely wrong. And back to the Summer thing, let's all hope and pray that the worst has not happened. I'm just saying. People, stay away from the airheads. You are what you eat. Leave the lady alone. I don't know what the lady has done to aggravate everybody, and maybe I'm missing this big thing. I don't think it's ever a good idea to attack anybody who's been through chemo. And I don't even know what chemo it was. Was it breast cancer? Was it lung? I don't know. It all sucks. It's all bad. And it's something that people cannot cure. So you should salute somebody, congratulate them. No airheads, people.
Refresh your space with a mid-century makeover at
Wait. Hold on just a second here. You mean all this? Proving I had surgery, radiation, surgeries on my body due to the abuse suffered by Monster there, diabetes and other things, pericarditis, and then the radiation went on to destroy even more of my heart, and then the heart attack I had because of y'all and all the other bullshit too, destroyed my mitral valve as well, all that, you know? No, there wouldn't be that. You mean that surgery, post-thyroid, all that shit, this day, where I'm going to the ICU and you can see the yellowish bruising here where he beat me in the neck. Just hours before, didn't even get to eat because I was so upset. Could have been the last meal on this earth. Did he give a shit? No, not really. Obviously. Trapped me in the car, drove me crazy around town, like, right? And here he is, being like, here I am. Being like, can't even not be beating my neck the night before surgery. And he's like, well, when you come on, you don't have to worry about it. I was in fucking ICU with my whole ass head cut off and having to deal with this motherfucker. And he's like, well, when you come home from us, you ain't gonna do it. Because he was terrorizing my animals, abusing those, abusing the kids. I ripped my stitches out trying to get the fuck out of ICU bed and get the fuck home to my kids. Because I would have yanked everything the fuck out. Yeah, but he's like, oh, well, you know, no denial. He beat me in the neck the night before surgery. Could possibly have changed everything into women little list and everything was swelled up extra large. And I don't know, guys. You know. No. Cancer sucks. Being a domestic violence victim and survivor and fighter undergoing cancer and being fucked with a nasty whore and all the other bullshit this son bitch is pulling on me, yeah, it all sucks. Being beat the night before going into ICU, potentially losing my life. I was told minutes after this photo that I was going to be muted for the rest of my life. So y'all make fun of my beautiful leftover voice, disabled or otherwise all you want. I'm grateful to have it. Y'all hate it. I'm grateful to have it. The monster hates that I still have it. Fuck all y'all. That is real. This is real. That goddamn domestic violence piece of shit is real. Here's the real face, just like Magnolia's mothers of domestic violence. This. Right? And I know y'all keep seeing the same ones, but they're the only ones I'm willing to release still, or, you know, still have so many videos, thousands of these. But whatever, you know, y'all seen some of these before. I believe Monster swore up down these were ketchup. I thought it was just AB and toaster that were doing. No, Monster really tried to say it's ketchup. But it's wild because I actually wear the scar here and through my lips and on my body and the stab wounds and the shit you just can't change. Less breast mass than one because I had to have surgery to remove portions that were dying tissue and things because of the damage he did. We'll get to that. Here's the face of domestic violence. It's my face. And there are a million women, children, and others just like me. All our faces may look a little different. We may be abused differently. Maybe the same, but we're all the same. This picture is not just me, it is many. Whether you like us or hate us or you think we're all hurt, this is real and not deserved. Not mutual, not this, not that, not a Budweiser. This is fucking real. My face is the same as thousands and millions of other women through history and now and currently. My body is that. It's riddled with scars and marks that, by God, I'm proud of. I wear them like a goddamn badge. Because they are. I've survived and I'm still surviving. And the more I speak, and the more people see, the more lives it can save, even if you all have made it quiet back there. And may they reach out in time to save themselves, their children, others around them. May the world change one day to where they aren't afraid to where they won't be ridiculed or compared, or other women going, but I left, but I did, but this, but no man would ever. As long as we all get out alive. So, this face is not just mine. It's millions of others. Billions throughout history. Usually and typically at the hands of men. Who always want to pretend they're all saving us and use women and children as this, oh, but what about the babies and the women? But you have no problem doing this shit to us. No problem turning blind eyes to it. No problem raping it, killing us, bruising us, controlling us. My face is one of so many through history. My face, my scars, my blood. It's all those who have suffered, undergone, been terrified, afraid, those who have made it out, those who have not. I am she, and they are me, and I am them, and they are not alone. And I'll speak. This is the face. Does my nose look like it's normally that big? Oh, that must be fake too, right? What's different between my pictures and Magnolia's or anyone else's? Why do some count and some don't, and you all choose to use us, to profit on us, to abuse us, to do whatever further? When you use this monster hour, when Ryan sits with him, when Cher sits with him, whenever y'all host him, when Jenny's licking his asshole and be like, oh, we're good friends. When is it? When is it okay? To have him out looking for Layla or Holly or any of that. When is it okay? Is he not the same as JLR and all the others? Is he not the same as Brian Laundrie? Is he not the same? His crutches left laying on the couch that Ryan got a picture of. Left him there as a fuck you. I'll never, ever be put on crutches again because of you. And the truth's hidden behind that couch. Oh, I need monster. And the rest of you. What's different? Why y'all hunting JLo down and pretending to be advocates, but all of you all used our abuser and he uses you all and profits off this shit. Him and his whorebag doing this shit. Like they ain't abused I and my children enough through the years and profit enough and we're up to shenanigans and didn't care about my life. What is this? And she propelled the violence and furthered everything against us through the years. What's the difference? Why is it that Magnolia and others, count, we don't, etc.? Right? Oh, yeah. And this time, it's always, I get beat further when he could tell damage or got too close to my face. This is my boob. You interested in my tits still locked down? This is one of them. And that was fresh. Stab wounds. Other people being fucking horrified that knew me and knew about the abuse, and safe words with, and all these things, and knew how I used the GPS to make sure the kids and I could get away. And I'm only. That's why I forever look down, and one of my titties is massively different than the other because of this type of abuse that you can't even imagine. It took months to fade the bruising dead eventually because it got far worse than this. This was fresh. This is fresh. It got far worse and far darker. Super hard. People had to help me put my bra and clothes on. But even if I showed a wince, I'd get my ass beat again for months. Even during sex, motherfucker, I took him on vacation. And I flinched because it hurt when he touched me. And I got yelled and screamed at on vacation. Because it hurt. And then finally I could go in prison. Then he fancied that story up and lied to you in the world, saying, tried to put all the things I'd put out into one thing, which is all bullshit. I proved him a liar too. But y'all are comfortable with this dude visiting your platforms, making merch on, profiting off of, triggering me with. He's cool at do y'all payment off. Right? But y'all out there hunting down JLR. Huh? Share this week's also an advocate. 6 Up is, they're cool with this shit. But anti-JLR. Anti-whatever. Ain't giving time. Let's not forget, I don't care how you feel about me, but this motherfucker has laid hands on our kids and verbally and emotionally and psychologically abused them through years. Admitted it. Everybody knows about it. So you can say Amber, Johnny, all you want here, but what do my kids ever do to deserve shit? And you have it in his own words. He ain't denying the abuse of our children. Is he? So you have a child and woman abuser and attempted murder on your motherfucking hands. And y'all just want to be like, oh, well. I don't know, has JLR been accused of any beatings or known to have hurt or harmed children psychologically, emotionally, other than, of course, family members and others in cases, but has he ever been charged with or known to or admitted to emotionally, psychologically, or physically abusing children in any way? I don't know. The one y'all got around here, Monster there, he has. There's proof of it. And yet, y'all don't want to bring it up. Y'all don't want to talk about it. And all of you are like, cool with it. Just about like you are Donna Candace. I don't find it cool. I don't find your all's tampering and fucking with our means of safety and to keep safe of him. Yeah, and it's there funny, right? Because this is what you've done to real domestic violence survivors and fighters trying to keep safe from. You've made it to where it's profit game for the motherfucker. Just like it is you all. But JLR, you're going to pretend to hunt down and be against this week. Right? And despite lockdowns on words like that shit, like, oh, well, proves that family, but I'd help bury a domestic violence murder victim in cement. Stab one. Go with it. Should have seen the petechial hemorrhaging and shit in my eyes from, asphyxiation, strangulation, suffocation. It's wonderful. Yeah. Between his hands and the seat belt that he wrapped around my neck, all that shit that night. And some of them, you should have seen it. Right? It's fucking fantastic. It's fantastic. Stab wounds, because there were multiple. Yes. This particular episode is like a 3-dayer. Motherfucker take a nap, start beating me again with anything, hand cords, this, that, air, roll me over, throw me through walls. And they'd be like, look what you did to the wall. No, you put me, it's the wildest shit you'll ever see. Another crutch. Time. Just why I left him there. So he could shove him right up his ass. And I said so on Facebook long, long ago that I left him because I'd never be on him again. I'm glad Ryan captured that evidence and that I wasn't fucking bullshit. Too bad he didn't get the truth behind the walls. I guess I and my children's favorite words are also stop or please stop, right? This is my face. And it's me and a billion others throughout history. For I am they and they are me. And until things change and you all stop normalizing, excusing it, turn blind eyes to it, there will always be more faces and lives taken in body bags. Stop turning away from it. Stop ignoring it. Stop excusing it. Start changing the world. Because these faces can easily become yours. Your daughters, your sons, your loved ones, your aunties, your uncles, your mamas, whoever. And until we as a society change this won't stop. May all of you who have made it out wear your scars proudly and never be ashamed. You make it out, win where you can, how you can. It's safest and best for you. Ignore those who kick down and compare with you. Fuck them. Fuck all those who say hurt or this or whatever that, or you're lying, you're crazy. Fuck the abusers and the courts who buy that bullshit. Or make you feel less safe or more punished for reporting or asking or reaching out for help. Just please run when you can, however you can, as soon as you can. Alright. And remember those like JLR and the White Boys. This normalized weird world where people view this shit as entertainment and enjoy abusers in any robe coming on and doing this to women or can make merch off it. This ain't normal. Fuck them. My face is yours and yours is mine. I feel you, I hear you, I see you, even if you never speak. And I hope my words will help someone out there get out enough time. Instead of leaving them in body bags or covered up by cement somewhere like the voices of JLR in lockdown and Shares and BKs and everybody else who use monsters to continue to abuse or help them. Or they themselves are monsters of all varieties and profit off terror and fear and dead bodies of women and children. You aren't entertainment, we're human. And you all aren't real advocates, though. But you are real monsters. And I am a survivor and a fighter with a voice still left. And I'll continue to use it. And I'll keep doing as promised and calling out tragedy pimps, being a voice for domestic violence, cancer, etc. I'll keep doing it. Anyway, y'all, I know it's Easter. Sorry for the feels. But I'm going to leave it there for today and whatnot. And the other one is in videos now. So it's over there. It goes with this one. Y'all do whatever. I'll be back at some point. I'm sure lockdown after his fills and the other one over in videos now is all up in his fill. I don't know. I don't care. But we can make it a whole last series. On all of you, really. All of you. Pretending to be advocates right now against JLR while y'all play together and suck the world dry. while they don't know that all of you are playing together as one, as you always have through all the cases you're in, and playing the world for fools. My voice is going to be used to out you for it every time. Even if it's only 1 or 0 ears, it'll be here for those who come along. And that's all that matters to me. Or at least I had the courage to speak and didn't stand down. Didn't go silent. In the face of even what feels like the world dogpiling every day. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. So I'm out here. I'm going to have a fantastic Easter. I hope all of y'all do the same. I'm also going to need a new laptop if these cats continue this cat parade on my laptop. I already need one. It's ridiculous. Stop it. You're not going back across. You just came across. You touched stuff. So why can't have nice things there? Anyway, I'm out of here. I hope y'all have a wonderful Easter. Sorry for the breakdown, but, I'm doing this promise. So anyway, I'm going to have a good day. And I'm going to make those turkey burgers and all the things. So, y'all have a good day. Spend it with your loved ones. Hug them. Tell them you love them. And enjoy the dance. Enjoy hunting eggs in the rain or snow or sleet or whatever you have today, or hurricanes or tornadoes. Enjoy it. Alright, and hug those you love very tight. Don't let go. You never know, man. You just never know. My best advice is to never go to bed angry and always tell those you love that you love them as they come in and out doors every day, all day. As often as you can. And to always enjoy your favorite things and the dance life, the spec, favorite critters. Don't tell your brother. You're making me itch anyway. My nose is running. But y'all have super magical days. And all the eggs. Eat all the chocolate. Do all the things that make you happy. And be good voices and pebbles and sparks where you can. It does make a difference. I promise it does. And as always, if y'all don't mind, please share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for help. And forever continue to share Summer's picture, information, and caller by her name. And by information, I do not mean social media, tragedy pimps, or even our dumbasses run this. I mean stick with real journalists, investigative journalists, real news sources, WJHL, WCYB, Bristol Herald Courier, Rogers Review, Johnson City Press, the TBI and FBI websites, and NEMEC, and all those, right? You know what I mean. That's how you can really help someone. And also, wildly enough, potentially lead to the outing, recognition of, and capture and turning in of a predator or whatever, and the person responsible. And so that's how you can help Summer. Please continue doing that for her. Anyway. And I hate that it's one more Easter past. Still don't know where she is. It shouldn't be so, and it should have never been so. And every second still counts. She still matters, and she will always matter. And I have every bit of faith in the feds and law enforcement that they are going to find her, and they are absolutely going to arrest whoever is responsible. I have no doubts about that. Not one. And I have all the faith in the world in them. 0 in tragedy pills. 0. Anyway, y'all have a good day. Alright. Love yourselves. Love each other. Be good people. Enjoy the cake and all the stuff. And have all the calories today. Alright? And enjoy the humps and laughter and time spent with whoever. And even if it's not, be happy, okay? Be as happy as you can. No holidays and celebrations and things are hard for many. So much love to all of you all, okay? Happy Easter. Much love, guys. And like I said, the other one that this needs to go with is over in the vid section. Y'all have a good day.